Hello. Hello. How goes? Oh. Hey Daisy. Hey Nin. Hey Velvet. How's life been today? Carrie. I'm sorry, I do not know how to spell your name, or how to sound out your name. How would you like to be referred to? Cariacispides? Yeah, I'm butchering that. I know that. I see. Well, it's good that you're doing your homework, because, university's a bitch. There's a lot of homework to do. I get it. I completely understand. Yeah, pretty much plan today just to, Oh, thank you for the follow, recruit. Welcome to the guild. Pretty much just playing more Legends Arceus today. Actually, let's see. Sure. Let's see if we can actually get the proper hair color for Zelina. Says Pedez. Says Pedez. Okay. I'll try to remember that. Yes, I'm sure the cat will be here. Hello, Tosho. I'm sure the cat will hop up on the bed eventually. He's around here. Oh no, Daisy, does that mean you actually lost work from in class? Because I've had that happen before where entire projects have been just completely sent into the void because of, well, both because of internet issues and also because my laptop in university was a touchscreen, and my friend who was sitting next to me did not know that, and then an entire project was absolutely decimated before, 5 minutes before it was due. So that sucked. Ember Meow emote, maybe one day. Hey Paris, I'm doing good. How are you? It was a Zoom call, and luckily it was only the last few minutes of the lecture. Okay, that's good. And Cat, you can hop up. There you go. Yes, meow. There he is. Everyone who wanted the cat, here he is. Yeah, man. You have adoring fans. Say hello. What, now you're choosing to be shy? Come on. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Hey, buddy. Yeah. We get it. You're here. You're loud. You're fluffy. Yes. Doob, hey! How's it going? Yes. But do you have something to tell the world? No? There's nothing you want to say? Now that the microphone's turned towards you, you're silent? That's what quiets you down? Okay, good to know. Braids, curled. Oh, no, Zelina has long. There we go. That's going pretty well, dude. Smart isn't exactly the word that I would use to describe the cat, but maybe you see something that I don't. Nope, we don't have that color available yet. Unfortunate. Oof. Okay. For now, let's just go with that. Oh, a quiz too? Is it like a quiz that's worth a lot? I'm guessing since it's a quiz, probably not, but you know. It's better, but we don't have the green hair option available yet, and I think we need to rank up to actually get that, or at least complete a couple side quests. Oh, Rascal. That's a cute name. I normally just refer to mine as Cat. But, you know. First time Gravity Dust was shown off in Ruby. I'm trying to think if it was shown off before Volume 3, because I know in Volume 3, Roy Stallion, one of the members of Team Bronze in the Vital Festival tournament, the team that fought against Team Juniper, the one with the saw blades, he had gravity dust crystals in the center of his saw blade, so they would return to him. I can't... I mean, technically, all of the airships, even from the first volume, probably used gravity dust to some extent, but I think, like, actual gravity dust crystals... Yeah... Oh, I mean, I could make it Weiss-like, but, Doob, but I named the character Zelina, so it's gonna be Zelina-esque. So I need the purple eye color and, the green hair color. Yeah, the airships are probably... Oh, a dog named Penny! She walks backwards? That's awesome. Just to show that you watched the videos for class? Okay. So could you actually do the quiz while you're watching the videos then? That seems like the easiest way to do it, I would think. Purchase new clothing. Buy clothing. What do we have? Oh yeah, all of the different hats. But we want kimono. Do we have access to the purple? No, we do not have access to the purple and green yet. Alright. Well... yeah, screw it. We'll go with the basic outfit for now. Oh, multiple videos per module. Okay. Is there a time limit to the quiz? Because I'm assuming it's online. I know I had a few of those for my physics class that always had a time limit with them, and me and all the other students in the class, we always just kind of did the quiz together. Yep, that'll do it. I'm guessing the videos... Yeah. The videos that you'd have to watch would probably be longer than the time limit itself. Which I guess is a good failsafe. Oh, they do not have enough time. Hey, Ray! Or would you prefer Zorark? How's it going? I didn't forget the server announcement, Val. I'm gonna do the first announcement on Saturday, because I figure Saturday would be a better time for people to actually come to stream. They'll either be more available, I'll be streaming for longer, and I know people get annoyed if pings happen too often, so before people decide to just mute the channel entirely, that the stream pings are going to be on, I figure they might come check out the first stream on Saturday. Plus, with this only being the second stream, I want to make sure that I'm at least decently comfortable before, you know, being swarmed. Yeah, it's going pretty good. Okay. Second stream, going fairly well. Still trying to get acclimated to everything that's going on, paying attention to both the game, keeping things somewhat entertaining as well as chat, but yeah. Okay. Why are you attacking me from all the way over there? This satanic balloon. Okay. Also, what should we evolve our Eevee into? Because I'm thinking Sylveon. Yeah, I don't really like hats and character customization either, simply because the hairstyles often add so much character to the design that you're going for. Yeah, Pokemon X and Y, I mean, it had a lot of good things going for it, but yeah, the character customization really got better in the more recent generations. Let's go Pikachu, Eevee, Sword, Shield, and Legends Arceus. Getting the ball. And you too. Because why not? Yeah. Sylveon also has the best shiny out of all of the evolutions, namely because most of them were given crappy shinies for Gen 1 and 2. Okay, that was high enough to take fall damage. Alright. Vaporeon too. But we have our starter as Oshawott, so might not be the best option. Wait. Oh, that's just Shinx that can evolve. Sure. Leafeon too. But there's Scyther later on, and I might try to get Scyther and Cleaver. I know it's bug type, but, you know, it can be kind of a substitute for... Oh, the Kalos Queen arc. That's not ringing a bell. Was that part of the games? Or is that part of the post-game? Yes, I've seen an Umbreon before. Like, the shiny Umbreon, it does look really nice with the blue rings, but also it's just a very slight accent. I really like the amount of change in the color when it comes to Sylveon and a lot of other shinies. But, cool. Okay. See, I stopped watching the anime after Diamond and Pearl. And if I'm being honest, the anime really frustrates me. For the same reason that it frustrates a lot of other people, it's because Ash does not age. Meanwhile, other events that are taking place within universe are happening in a progression of time. So time is progressing, it's just Ash is perpetually 10 years old. It's frustrating, and I know there's a lot of ways to explain it, but I don't know. Yeah, the Litten line could have way better shinies. Okay, now that it's daytime, should get better catches. Yeah, I know. It could either be the theory that Ho-Oh in the first episode, you know, Ash's wish was to adventure forever, and that could have made him immortal, but I also kind of like the theory that because of Pikachu electrocuting him in the first episode, he's just perpetually in a coma, and he's just living out his fantasies that way. It just depends on whether you want to take the more lighthearted route or the darker route. Though, technically, Ash being cursed with immortality could be a problem, because now he's going to outlive every single person that he's ever met. And if he does become the champion of the region, and he's the strongest forever, then he's just going to get bored in his immortality, because there'll be no one left to challenge him. So, not great options either way. I would just honestly like it if they made a new protagonist, or made a more grown-up version of Pokemon, similar to the Pokemon Adventures manga, where things were actually a bit more serious, a bit darker. Then that could be interesting if they had Ash at like 16 years old instead, or something like that. Wake up with no legs. It's definitely possible. Or at least just woke up and couldn't walk because they atrophied so much. Got no muscle mass left. Oshawott evolves at 17. Interesting. Catch Ho-Oh and make it undo it. I don't think Ash has ever actually caught a legendary in the anime. I know he's befriended pretty much every legendary under the sun, especially in the movies, but has he actually caught one? Not that I could recall. I think... was the closest like Latios Latios? I don't know. Oh, I guess he did catch an Ultra Beast, didn't he? I don't think he caught Celebi, because I remember the Pokemon movie where Celebi was the focus. Was that... No, Pokemon Forever was... No, that was Pokemon 2000 was Lugia. So Pokemon Forever was Celebi, I think. Fourth movie, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, absolutely some of the movies are not canon, because I remember the Jirachi Wishmaker movie, they made a second Groudon that was kind of like a blob monster almost, and... Also, in the new like Pokemon I Choose You movie, Pikachu talks like actual English or Japanese, depending on which version you're watching. But the human language, Pikachu apparently can now speak. So I haven't actually watched the movie, but yeah, I don't think he got Deontay either. If Deontay was a thing, I would imagine Diantha would probably be the one to catch it. That would just kind of be on theme. But yeah, I don't think he. I mean, he did catch Meltan, but if we're gonna be real technical, like Meltan is a mythical rather than a legendary, I believe. So yeah. Oh, see, I did not know that. I haven't watched any of the anime where Marshadow was a part of it. Marshadow is such an adorable Pokemon, though. Yeah, you want to go? Sure. Pokemon go to sleep. There's been so many rumors about, like, Pokemon sleep for a long time now. So you can be playing Pokemon every hour of the day. And I mean, if they implemented it in a way where it functioned alongside Pokemon Go, where somehow you were just catching Pokemon in your sleep or grinding out experience or something, that would be interesting. Pokemon Go to therapy. I mean, in a way, isn't all Pokemon games therapy? As long as you're not doing like extremely challenging ROM hacks, because those are therapy inducing, not exactly therapy themselves. Or I guess if you're trying to catch a legendary with an underleveled team and no Master Ball, that could be... Yeah, send sleep data, sell your sleep data to the Pokemon Company for Pocket Monster. I mean, depends on the Pocket Monster, but hey, I don't mind if they know that I have sleep apnea. That'd be fine. Night tremors? That'd be fine. The Big Beaver. And here we have the even... You did not stay in the ball. Okay, fine. Why do you run so fast? You're a chonky beaver. Yeah, Nuzlocke, it depends on how you play the Nuzlocke. If you play them like hardcore, where you actually have like level caps before each of the gyms that I see a lot of different YouTubers doing, probably something that I'll eventually do, then yeah, those would require therapy, especially if you get really attached to your Pokemon. I mean, you're paralyzed and weakened. How the heck did you break? Of course you would. Just take a nap. Okay. Well, at least it's still a status effect. Should be easier to catch. Does this kill? Yeah, that kills. Okay. Well, yeah, there's the even bigger boy. The angry beaver. That thing is... Honestly, when I first encountered that in my first playthrough, that thing was terrifying. You can just run past it, though. Once you understand how alphas work, you can... These birds are so angry. I hate it when my dreams be like, we're to talk to you about your car's extent... Oh, it's haunting the dreams, too. I get phone calls like that every single day, though the majority of phone calls actually are like, hi, we're from the duct cleaning services. Call or set up an appointment now and we can come clean the ducts of your house. And I don't understand why they think that scam actually works. Hacker-on of Emerald called Pokemon Row. It's basically the same game, but open world. I'm really excited for Scarlet Violet for that reason, that it's an open world. Seeing the Gen 3 style games with those kind of graphics in an open world would be actually pretty incredible. Wow, that other B-Barrel that I fought had a lot more special defense than this one. Okay, then. The most subtle of the boots. Oh yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, eh? We're just up here in Canada, eh? All we know is moose and dog sledding, living out in our igloo. Oh yeah, there's the Alpha Cricketune. Bird? Stop it. Why? Fine, you've chosen death. Tested Emerald Rogue. I have not played a single ROM hack before, so, you know, a lot of potential for streaming there, but I really want to try a lot of the different ROM hacks that are out there, because they look so good. So much effort has been put into them, especially since they became popularized with streaming, that I think that's just doing general playthroughs of them would be really entertaining. I have super potions. How much health is it down? Okay. No more confusing Canadian slang. Well, if you just get Daisy to send you that TikTok, that's about the most confusing that Canadian slang can get. Honestly, half the time I don't even recognize what is slang, just because I've only experienced it as just... See, look he's just so unaware. He just has no idea. No idea. No earthly idea what's going on. It's okay, buddy. You'll get there eventually. I don't think I can catch this one. I don't think I'm a high enough rank yet. Oh, it's only level 16. I forgot about that. For some reason, I thought it was level 30. Thunderfang shouldn't kill? Cool. Yeah, Oblivious Beaver. Can I actually catch this one? I'm gonna stay in the ball? No. Okay. Well, let's keep trying. Watching Minecraft YouTube, found out that she was Canadian because she said out and the other ow words came out the same way you do. I mean, normally I don't say about that much. I just say out or about. I think I normally speak, how should I say, normal? I guess we can catch this alpha. Cool. Basically I'm a roguelike. Oh! Emerald Rogue. I think I actually saw someone streaming that just the other day, where there's a number of different checkpoints, and then at the end of the little map, you get to the gym leader and you can level your party up to the level cap of the gym leader. You catch Pokemon, have to substitute them out. If they die, they're gone. That type of thing after battle. But everything is adapted to your level. Yeah, okay. So basically what I just said off the cuff. Okay, yeah, I think Emerald Rogue was the one that I saw being played on someone else's stream. Some number of roads, you fight a random gym leader. Yep, that was the one I saw played. That one looks really fun. I would like to play that sometime. The thing is, though, I would need to increase my skill level with Pokemon in general, simply because I obviously know the basic type matchups and what's super effective, not very effective, and things like that, but I don't know enough about abilities and held items that are fairly necessary for runs like that, but I can get the general type coverage and EV training, I guess, but those aren't really necessary in ROM hacks. Still, it'd be interesting to try for sure. What is there to catch over here that I might want? There's a Psyduck. You're derpy just like the bee barrel, aren't you? Yes, you are. Just don't get a headache. Cool. Shiny tree? Where? Whenever someone says shiny in this game, I'm thinking that you heard a shiny sparkle that I didn't. I really like how they did shinies in this game, though. Appearing in the overworld and giving that sound. Buneary. And a whole lot of ducks. It's a lot of... Oh. Angry ducks. Pokemon Showdown is a good way to start. Online competitive. Yeah, I don't really want to be, like, competitive with Pokemon, though. I want to do more, like, casual runs, at least to start, and maybe just basic Nuzlockes rather than getting super into it. Simply because I think that's just more fun with my style of playing. But I'm definitely down to try things because I plan on streaming for a long time at least. So there'll be plenty of opportunity to try different things. Due to me wearing the Terry hoodie from... Oh, yeah. Meta runners? You mean edge runners? Or is Meta runner something different? There's the bunny. There's the bunny. Just read the description of everything. That's true. But I feel like it's just something that I'll have to learn as I go. I feel like, for me at least, the impact of a loss, or should I say the trauma of a loss, losing a Pokemon during a Nuzlocke, will ingrain that memory in me a lot more so that I won't make that mistake again. If I forget that a Pokemon has Levitate or has some other ability, if it's holding a held item or this, that, or the other, I'll always make sure to... Why are you struggling to get in the ball? Yeah, the unfortunate thing is negative experiences are ingrained in the memory a lot better than positive experiences. So I'm just going to traumatize myself, and then I'm sure I'll be able to learn. That's not a good way to go about life, kids. No, there is no escape. Oh, the second it went into battle, the prospect of death appeared, and it's like, okay, fine, I'll obey. It's level 7 too. Why? Why would you resist? You can't win these fights. I wonder, is that a Combi up there? No, it's another bunny. Ugh. Side the cliffside. Yeah, Silcoon are very stubborn for some reason. You'd think Cashcoon are the... Well, I mean, Cashcoon are kind of stubborn as well, but... Let's see. Oh, good, I do have the fast travel. Right. Psyduck, you need to die now so I can fast travel. Because Velvet, you have not played this game, correct? Trauma Night. Maybe. Okay, then I'm gonna fast travel back, set it back today, and then show you the queen of bunnies in this game. The big bunny. Until morning. I mean, that's a very accurate statement, Val. Especially with the bunny we're about to go see. Need to head this way. Okay. Really? No? Okay. This camp always confuses me with which way you need to actually go to head north. To prepare the railgun? Kinda, yeah. Because you know how there's the alphas in this game with the glowing red eyes that are really just massive? Yeah, there's a bunny one of those. Why is it always the bird? This? Okay. Cool. There's ledges that are small enough to jump down where I won't die of fall damage. Way too much time there desperately trying to find Cherrims. Oh my god, don't get me started on the Cherrims. They're horrible. Especially considering on my main account, I was trying to, well, I guess I still am trying to once I start playing that again, complete the full alpha decks, and the only ones I'm missing now are like Cherubi, Cherrim, and some Distortion Pokemon, as well as some starters. That's about it. Those are the only alphas that I'm still missing. And hunting for, well, and Burmy, but Cherim is just a pain. I really hate how they changed from mass outbreaks to massive mass outbreaks as well, because in mass outbreaks you could actually find Cherubi outbreaks, but not in massive mass outbreaks. Which is actually why I'm doing a second playthrough of Legends Arceus, so that I can have an account that hasn't started the massive mass outbreak quests, and I can just go back to regular mass outbreaks, because I like those better. But we'll see. We shall see. And if we're lucky, we can get the Cherubi outbreaks. Worm. Ugh, this would be so much better if we had the deer. The worm broke out of the ball. Great. Actually, I just need to head this way. Cool. Oh, Argentina. Well, as we already established, I'm from Canada, but yeah, where is everyone watching from? That'd be interesting to know. I know at least a few people from Europe and from America, but yeah, if anyone else is watching from other regions of the world, that'd be interesting to see how far the viewer base expands. Yep, I had a feeling a number of people were going to be from the US. Makes sense. Lichtenberg. Okay, France. Right, I forgot you were French, dude. I knew you were from Europe, but I didn't remember it was from France. Netherlands? Caffeine. Is that an actual place or just a state of mind, a state of being? Let's see if we can catch the Geodude. Okay. You gonna behave better? Cool. The level 8 behaves while the level 7 does not. Interesting. Nope, okay. Oh good, you trapped yourself on a ledge. Great. And here we are at the bunny fields, where there's bunnies everywhere. But we then get to... yeah, just keep an eye on that clearing. There it is. The big bunny. Or as some people like to call it, the thick bunny. Yeah. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Yeah. Yeah, the Rule 34 bunny. For sure. However, this thing's too high level for us to catch right now. So... what level is it? Is it level 45 or is it higher? No, it's only level 40. I don't... yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't. Okay, Giga Impact. I'm sorry, Luxio. You died for the cause. Run. Run away. It's angry. And Daisy, you're right here among us. How sus. You choose to be around us. You chose this. You chose to be here. Respectful recon? Yes, exactly. Respectful recon indeed. I mean, I guess we could get Leafeon right now, huh? With Eevee, but I think I'm gonna wait for Sylveon. Because I don't think we get access to another fairy type for a while. Because I know there's Ralts in the Icelands. I don't know how many other fairy types there are. Interesting. Don't know if you regret it yet. Well, I mean, you have been part of the Discord server for 2 years, so I'm sure you'll figure it out soon enough. But we appreciate you being here, Daisy. Wait. Okay. Oh yeah, Clefable in the mountains. I've never been a really big fan of Clefable, to be honest. But, I mean, I do like the lore of them and the moon, and especially in Mount Moon. Though they're difficult encounters. Yeah, there aren't really that many fairy types in the game now that I think about it. Because in the Marshlands, I don't think there's many, if any at all. Do I have some revives, okay. Yeah, I'm not... Oh wait, Super's... Okay, never mind. Forgot Super's healed 100 in this game. Wurmple the worm, yeah. And the duck. What moves does Eevee know? Yeah, can't evolve into Sylveon yet. Needs to learn Baby Doll Eyes, which is a fairy type move, and then, assuming our friendship is high enough, we can get it. So, now we have to fight this guy to prove that we are worthy of facing the noble. Time to punt the child. Warden of Cleaver, Lord of the Woods. Yes, stand tall, little boy. Stand tall. And you, I've already deduced that you've come here to meet Cleaver. I'm right, aren't I? Of course I am. I can see it so clearly. Obviously, this kid is asking to be punted. After all, the powerfully awesome Cleaver has become even more awesomely powerful. Right. Perhaps that strange lightning the other day was Almighty Sinnoh's divine power. But whatever it was, it struck my lord and left him imbued with awesome might, so that he's going to tear apart everyone in his path. So I must turn you away, even if it pains me. It's too dangerous for you to meet Cleaver right now. Well, that's that then. Okay. Truly? You mean to simply give up? Well, I mean, you know, if it's too dangerous, you know, why would I risk my own life? I'm a stranger to these lands, after all. Is your passion for Cleaver so paltry? I haven't even met him yet. But, well, I'm afraid your passion is not the real issue here. I've been told in no uncertain terms by Irida that I am to let no one near Cleaver. I will fight you off myself if you insist. Child, did you not listen to me? I'm not insisting. I'm... okay. If you wish to avoid battle, withdraw now while you still can, or face the wrath of my Goomy. Real strong sentence there, boy. Sure, why not? I'm not afraid of no Goomy. You don't even realize I'm turning you away for your own safety. How sad you are. Go, Goomy, and see if you can ooze some good sense over this foolish troublemaker. Gross. How terrifying. Oh, I didn't know Eevee was going to be the first to... Oh, it's only level 15? Okay. 60, 40... What's Eevee's special attack? Special attack, 55. Oh, speed down, defense up. Eesh. Okay, attack, special attack's about the same, so Swift is the right option. Cool. Defeat the derp. My timbers are shivered. Yeah, the kid's got away with words, doesn't he? Go, Eevee! End him. Oh no, the terrifying Goomy has been defeated. Whatever will the child do? All dad experience. Basically nothing. Such a terrifying beast. How can this be? I may have been defeated, but my point still stands. It's too dangerous to meet Cleaver now. I understand how Cleaver might be too dangerous for you and your Goomy, but you couldn't even take out my Eevee. I think I'll be okay. The only welcome you'll get if you approach him is a flurry of devastating blows. Normally I'd simply try to make him an offering. A nice heaped helping of his two favorite foods served up with respect by his loyal warden. At least you respect someone. That's me, of course. Is usually enough to please him and soothe the prickliest of moods. But even I, Cleaver's loyal warden, can't get close enough to give any of my offerings now. Not with the way Cleaver's rampaging and running amok. There's nothing that an outsider like you can do. I mean, he can't get close enough, and yet I can visibly see the altar where he would place the food right behind him. 20 steps? That's literally the difference between life and death, apparently. Got it. Oh, and here's Irida. She watched the entire battle. Are you proud of your warden and his Goomy? The ancestors of Cleaver, Wyrdir, and their cohort drew on Almighty Sinnoh's power to protect Pokemon and people alike, so it's said. It's by their grace that our clan, that any of us, still lives in vast Hisui today. Irida, what are you doing here? I'd like to know the same thing. As you say, Cleaver's grown even stronger, but I'm afraid that strength poses a problem for us. If he was indeed struck by lightning, could the bolts have been sent by the false Sinnoh that the Diamond Clan bows to? Okay, so the false Sinnoh, just in this moment alone, Irida is admitting that the Diamond Clan's god might actually exist. Why are they at war with each other? Why are they at odds with each other if they can admit that each other's god exists? I don't understand. Oh no, Daisy. Losing the connection again? Are you on the school's Wi-Fi? Because the school's Wi-Fi can often be spotty. Or depending on where you are and how many other students are connected to it. If it's in the library or what have you. It is just a war of ideals, pretty much, between space and time, even though they literally call the giant crack in the sky the time-space rift, so they're already merging the two together for their own terminology, and yet they're still at odds with each other. But still, even though I criticize it and poke fun, I really do like the lore of this game, giving backstory to the Sinnoh region, because it's not the real god. And the funny thing is, neither of them is the real god. Technically, both are gods, but they're, I guess, lesser gods. Still. Cleaver means so much to our clan. I'd hope we could bring this situation under control ourselves, not throw our hands up and ask some outsider for help. But we must save Cleaver from this frenzy. Every moment it continues, the danger grows. If more people and Pokemon are attacked, it will lead to conflict with both the Diamond Clan and the Galaxy team. He looks unimpressed. You, stranger from the beyond the sky, tell me, could you Galaxy people actually fix all this? I don't know, man. I haven't tried yet. Like, this is the first Frenzied Noble. Like, what could it hurt? You're sending an outsider in. If I die, then great. None of your clan dies. Like, just let me go do it. I'll figure something out. Irida's unimpressed. Helene and I will gather foods to please Cleaver in hopes that we might be able to get close enough to make him a proper offering. As for you, find a way to quell his frenzy, even if you must search every corner of vast Hisui. Great. God? Is that you? A mysterious power now enables you to return to base camp. I already fast traveled earlier. You're a little late for this one, Arceus. Yes, got it. Good job. Yeah, I think. Or they're just debating on the importance of just time and space in general, and for some reason, why one is more important than the other. Do I actually need to go all the way back to... I do need to go all the way back to that base camp. Okay. Oof. That sucks that it's been spotty all day. I mean... is this place Sinnoh or Hisui? Both. The region right now is called Hisui, and the Sinnoh that they refer to in this game is what they call their god, because they don't know that Palkia and Dialga actually exist. They've never seen them before, they've never encountered them, and they don't actually know their names. So both the Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan refer to their respective gods, Dialga and Palkia respectively, as the Almighty Sinnoh. After everything is understood, then later on it becomes the Sinnoh region. The Hisui region is renamed to the Sinnoh region, which is really good lore for the Sinnoh region. How's your research on Cleaver going? Swimmingly, I expect. Well, you know, not so much. So a serving of Cleaver's favorite foods will normally make it quite agreeable. Need to mull this over back at the laboratory. Sure. Is this enough to go for... only 4K? That's not that much. $580. Yeah, that should be enough to get the next rank. Cool. So, the plot of this game is that it's an isekai. So we were transported from the future by the actual god Arceus to this timeline. And we just happened to bring a cell phone with us. And then God remodeled it for us, made it a lot more bulky, and now the only person we can text is God himself whenever he decides to reach out. It's really a one-way communication. He can only contact us whenever he feels like it. We can't actually contact him, but, you know. Yeah, Arceus is Truck-kun. Pretty much. With this normal course of events, the frenzied Cleaver will have calmed by a nice serving of his two favorite foods. I do wonder, is it possible that the aromas or some other components of these food might combine in a way that could not only calm Cleaver, but draw him back from his frenzy? Even Cleaver's warden, who looks after Cleaver and knows him well, cannot approach him in his current state. It would be a fool's gambit to get close enough to offer him food. That's why we need to throw it at him. Give me a moment, if you would. Need some time to ponder on this. Gotta be some research notes that can help. Does anyone else wish they could just throw food at life's problems? Yes, absolutely. Look at all this pondering he's doing. He's thinking real hard. Careful. Don't burn out that brain of yours. He's got something. Eureka. Good job. We'll simply have to throw the food. After all that thinking, and that's your brilliant idea? It works, but, you know, you've got quite the arm for... Because I can throw a Pokeball, I guess I'm just, you know, the only one with an arm in this entire village. Might I suggest you take Cleaver's favorite foods and throw them at the Pokemon? Sure, elaborate. Let's see. Yes, it's all coming together. We can use our skills in Pokeball crafting to shape Cleaver's beloved foods into balls, and then throw them to achieve the same calming effect, but from afar. A brilliant idea if I do say so myself. As for what to call these yummy projectiles, tea time balls. Put one in mind of a nice relaxing afternoon tea, does it not? Not so much. They're your own no. We are absolutely not calling them Laventon balls. Absolutely not. Oh my, with that name, it'd sound like I'm the one being launched. Okay, the dialogue in this game is questionable in some instances. In any case, we can rely on the Pearl Clan to gather the necessary foodstuffs, correct? No Professor Layton, who's... I mean, technically, this is a more grown-up version of Pokemon, because there's the actual threat of death. They say the words death and dying and being killed in the actual tutorial of this game. Plus, the main character is actually supposed to be 15, so there's the actual concept of, or understanding of the concept of death. So I guess technically it's not a kid's game by normal Pokemon standards. But still, the phrasing could be a little bit better. I'll just chalk it up to translation errors. How much are you charging me to expand the... All right, $2,000 to learn how to fold rocks. Got it. We're not even making him eat the balls. We're making him sniff the balls. That's the entire point of them. One good sniff and, or a few good sniffs, and then... Hey, Shift, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, yeah, it's much worse, Rose. It's much worse. Oh, God, the Smasher Pass videos. I mean, they're funny, I guess, like, the first time through, but once you've seen a number of streamers do the Smasher Pass videos, it's like, okay... They're all just picking the exact same ones. The ones that look humanoid are just like, yeah, okay, that's understandable. And then the ones... Because they're going to have to say Smash on some of them, so they're going to pick the humanoid ones or the Rule 34 bait. And then the ones that they... I don't know. I don't get them. Oh, that sucks. Did you at least play decently well? Was it at least a good game? Galaxy certainly got themselves a grand headquarters. Yes, we do, with a Galarian wheezing on them, even though coughing and wheezing is not in this game. News. What's going on, though? Let's head to... What did you end up calling it? The Heights Camp? Sure. Oh, God, no, I would never do that. Smasher Pass on everyone's OC? That would be cruel, I think. Nay. It's the deer. I spoke to Weirder about what's been... What? I'm about to get another pet. What do you want? You're being replaced. This one I can actually use for transport. Can't do that with you. No. All you're good for is meowing. What? What? You're fine. This is what I have to deal with. All the time. It's adorable when you're just seeing it on stream, but when you have to live with it, it can get slightly annoying at times. Yes, the floof. He sensed his replacement is inbound. Maybe. The unfortunate thing about, I guess, not necessarily my chair, but my height, is that when I'm sitting on it, my legs are slightly on an angle if they're, like, my feet are planted on the ground. So the cat has a tendency to roll off if I'm not actually holding on to him. And if my legs are crossed, then my leg ends up going numb. So it's an unfortunate circumstance. You leaving? He's thinking about leaving. Oh, he's back. Big stretch. I mean, he's good for emotional comfort when he's there. Other times he's just gone. We had this discussion earlier. He's got really no sense for when a person's feeling down or anything like that. He just is either asleep or doing his own thing and has no real empathy. So, yeah. And he left. He'll probably be back, though. After hearing that, we could see... you can see how well he responded. Yes, I agree. Dogs are Dogs are better in general, but I'm a little biased because I grew up with 10 of them. So, yeah. Dogs are higher maintenance for sure. But again, after living with 10 of them throughout my childhood, you get used to it. You get used to it. Yeah, I did grow up with 10. By the time I was like 9 years old, we had how many? Okay. The Golden Retrievers, there was Saul, Heidi, Rufus, Rudy. Then there was the Haley the Pomeranian, Lily the mixed breed, Ginger the mixed breed, BB the Great Dane, Pit the Pit Bull, Growler the Alaskan Malamute. Yeah, that's 10. Gonna listen to my homework on 2 times speed. Have fun, Daisy. Yeah, it depends. Definitely depends on what breed. Some of them are much more high maintenance than others. Way too much empathy, and all he does is just cuddle. I mean, that's cute in its own way. Worders found you worthy, you see, which means you'll need a flute like we have. It's very important to listen well. The song of his people. This is the song of the deer. That's the Celestica flute that Mai just played. It's a precious tool that can be used to call Weirder so you can ride upon him. We're gifts from the almighty Sinnoh himself. Now, this one's yours. A gift from God, and you're just handing it over to a stranger. Oh no. Zelina and the 13 voices in her head on their collective way to calm God by throwing balls at its face. Yeah, that about sums it up. That about sums it up, yes. It's not that grand a gesture, really. I can't play the flute for the life of me. It's not that hard of a tune. See if you can play that melody. And see, when they first said this in the in my first playthrough of the game, I thought it was going to be something similar to like Ocarina of Time or Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, where you'd actually have to press some buttons on the controller to actually play the flute, but no, it just automatically does it. And the deer with the chubby face. Oh, and right. Forgot about that. The deer is just carrying the mind plate. It's just carrying a bar of soap with it. The mind plate, a stone tablet imbued with the essence of psychic energy. Unfortunately, in this game, they can only be used for Arceus. They're not held items that you can give to just anything. Well, held items aren't even a thing in this game, so yeah. Use that Celestica flute wisely and gallop across the land with the Great Worder. Yeah, they're all bars of soap. Once you see that, there's no going back. You get the rainbow of soap. Would have been cool to play music, but I guess it just makes sense. Yeah, it's easier to switch between mounts, for sure. Especially once you get the flying mount and you're falling through the sky and you jump off of a high cliff with the deer and then need to get to the flying mount so you don't die. Soap gang. Yep, there's the gray soap, there's the darker gray soap, there's the yellow soap, the purple soap. Stay away from the purple soap. The purple soap is a danger one. And there's the pink soap and the red soap and the green soap. Oh, and you can't forget the blue soap. There isn't any showers, but boy, can we start polluting the waterways with soap very early on in this land's history. Not very environmentally friendly, are they? Not to mention, speaking of environmentally friendly, why is the Galaxy team's, like, I guess, structure a Galarian wheezing? Correct me if I'm wrong. I know Grimer and Muck and, like, Trubbish and Garbodor are meant to be Pokemon symbolizing, like, pollution. Coughing and wheezing are symbolizing air pollution too, right? Why would they choose Galarian wheezing as their, like, headpiece for their entire building, I guess? That doesn't sound right, but sure. Oh, now we can actually travel. Oh my god. Now where is it? Right here. This cliff right here. You can find compilations of YouTubers and other people for their first time playing this game where they just take the deer and immediately jump off this cliff. It looks like it's positioned right there for you to do so, to test things. And this is when you find out you can die from fall damage, because you absolutely can. Even... Oh, Galarian Weezing's the opposite. Good night, Velvet. Get some sleep. It's like midnight, 1 a.m. where you are, so yeah, I completely understand going to bed now. See you tomorrow. No. If possible, I'd like to try to go through this run deathless. I mean, like, the personal deathless, not exactly Pokemon deathless, because we're not Nuzlocking it. But I still have a feeling I'm gonna die to at least 1 or 2 Wardens. Probably not Cleaver or Lilligant, but when it comes to Arcanine or Electrode, maybe. Yeah. For the first playthrough, it's just going to be casual. I'll start doing Nuzlocks like 2023, but for now I'm going to keep it casual. But it's so much nicer to have the actual mount, to be able to run fast, not have to travel by foot. Look at how majestic it is. The way it jumps is just fantastic. So graceful. So elegant. So dear. Yeah, Gyarados can fly. Were we right next to the waterfall? Yeah, we were. I don't know. Can we actually get up to the point where we can catch it? Though I think it's a higher level than we can actually catch right now. Oh, hey, look, a satchel. Look at it. The flying snake. The flying snake. Look at all those pixels. Oh, we don't even have jet balls or wing balls or anything, so we can't hit it right now. Did Dragon type exist when? Like in this era? Yes. Because like the way that these games work is all the types were mainly only introduced in different generations. And Dragon type has existed since the beginning. So it's not really a timeline sort of thing. It's more of just a when the Pokemon game released sort of thing. The only 3 types that have been introduced throughout the game's histories was Dark type and Steel type in Generation 2, and then Fairy type in Generation 6. Those are the only actual new types that have been introduced. Every other type has been there since the beginning, and I'm guessing is going to be present in every game moving forward. Yeah, Dragon type existed in Gen 1 because there was Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. And Dratini and Dragonair were strictly Dragon types, whereas Dragonite was Dragon flying. So, yep. Yep. Now we can just jump across this river. It's so nice. Oh, the Scythers, right. So dear. Indeed. I see. You're not going to make this easy, huh? What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, Dragon Rage. Just a base 40 damage. Gen 1 and Gen 2, like, just the amount of data that they were able to have on the Game Boy Color cartridges didn't allow for them to put that much into the games. Which is also why in Generation 2, when they made Johto and included Kanto, on top of that, Kanto was just pretty much stripped bare. There was just not much for it. Like, the Viridian Forest was nothing but a small grouping of trees rather than an actual forest and location you could go to. Like, it was just barren. I love Generation 2 and Generation 1 for that matter, but they struggled in the original Gen 1 and 2 games. But Still, it's good to go back and play for the nostalgia, because I grew up with them. Unlike a lot of people nowadays, where they don't understand where we used to have to deal with a whole 8 pixels on screen, and that was amazing at the time. Okay, now we're in the arena. Where's Cleaver? Huh? Thought I wasn't supposed to be able to get here. Thought it was dangerous. Thought I'd get my head chopped off. Kid, you lied to me. Cleaver ain't here. There's nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. How dare. Let's see. This? No, that's honey. Thought it was another satchel. More Shinx. And there's Luxio, Shinx. Heard of the famous Miracle of Iwata. Found a way to code the game to make space for Kanto. Oh, interesting. I didn't know. I didn't know who was responsible for, figuring that out. And I didn't know it wasn't planned from the beginning. Still, personally, my favorite games, my favorite generation is Generation 3. With the games on the Game Boy Advance SP, Ruby, Sapphire, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Emerald. And also included in Gen 3, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness and Pokemon Coliseum. Happiny can spawn in this cave. I thought it was only a small percent spawn on top of the cave. Interesting. Yeah, Emerald's probably my favorite game. And this game, Legends Arceus, probably it's like number 2. If not tied for it, because Emerald's just so good. The Battle Frontier is one of the best that they've ever created. Granted, I've never beaten it, but, Happiny, stay in the ball. Small child, don't disobey. Let's see. There were so many people at the beginning of this game that didn't realize you can just throw Pokemon at it to break these rocks, because you don't actually need Rock Smash or anything. Look at all that work Eevee's doing. Small little Eevee, able to break such big rocks. Doing such a good job. Okay, I was gonna say, isn't there supposed to be an Alpha Graveler here? Okay. Probably not catchable right now, because I think it's a little bit higher level. Oh, look at the sleeping weasel. Tiny little water ferret. Hey, buddy. The ball. Really? Is there actually a new rock-type Eevee? I didn't think they were going to do any more evolutions. Actually, I need to check this right now if there's actually a rock-type Eevee. Nothing that I see. Oh, never mind. My bad. Technically, wouldn't that... I couldn't understand through text. It's fine. But though, if it was breaking rocks, wouldn't that mean it was a fighting type Eevee? It's okay. I'm just a dumb. I didn't get the joke. Weasel, why? Well, that's probably not a good thing that you guys now know I'm gullible, but I'll try not to fall for it next time. But evolutions are some of my favorite Pokemon, so, if there's prospect of new ones being spoiled. And really the only reason I fell for it is because we are like 2 weeks out from Pokemon Scarlet Violet dropping, and we likely are going to get a few more Pokemon spoilers before the game actually drops. So you never know, it's possible. Though the going theory for evolutions is that we're only going to get evolutions for the special typing from back in Gens 1 and 2, which was before the special physical were actually applied to moves individually. Before that, I think it was Gen 4 where there was the actual split. So for Gens 1, 2, and 3, the types were either special or physical. So, you know, all of the evolutions right now are just special. Yes, I am going to be playing Aerofell. I'm kind of upset that they, for one, waited to announce the game. I understand why they did it for October 30th. Wow. I understand why they did it for October 31st, because that's Ruby Rose's birthday. However, they only announced the game 2 weeks before its release. And it's also 3 days before the next generation of Pokemon releases. They are going to get overshadowed hard by Pokemon. That is not a good day for them to choose for release. However, Aerofell releases on November 15th, which is a Tuesday. So, I think I updated the stream schedule in the description below, but I'm going to be streaming a lot that week. The 15th, 16th, and 17th, every day after work, I'm probably going to be streaming about 4 hours a day, which is going to be all Aerofell. So we'll see how far I can make it in the game for that time. We'll see. And then the 18th, which is the Friday, and the Saturday and the Sunday, I actually took Friday off of work specifically for Pokemon to begin with. So that weekend is going to be all Pokemon, with streams starting probably like around noon or 2 p.m. depending on the day. And I might swap in some Aerofell if I get bored of Pokemon. I doubt I will, though, given how addicted I was to Legends Arceus and put in like 30, 40 hours within 3 days. So yeah, Rooster things. I mean, I wish they would have delayed it. Like, there was no real good time for them to actually release this game because of Generation 9. Pokemon's probably just going to command a lot of people's attention for the rest of November after it releases, as well as all of December. So they were kind of damned if you did, damned if you didn't type thing. Regardless, I'm happy we're going to get it, and I'm curious to see how it's going to turn out. From the screenshots I've seen so far, I'm questioning how canon things are actually going to be, because some of the Grim that they end up fighting don't exactly seem to fit, not to mention some of the just enemies in general just seem a little bit questionable. I'm excited regardless, but I'll just have to take it with a grain of salt, even though it's advertised as... I'm sorry, Daisy. I like to stream for a little bit longer. I'm not going to leave just because you tell me to. I'm hurt. I know you're probably talking about your homework. That's how beautiful I sleep, huh? Interesting. The new Grim will be interesting, but because I've seen some that stand like really tall, or one of them in particular that stands really tall and looks like an apathy. I knew you meant the video, but still. Oh God, this is not a good situation to be in. Yeah, I'm gonna just run. Goodbye. Yeah, it is an apathy, and that seems just ever so slightly taller than what the apathy were in the series. I know that the apathy were fairly tall, but they weren't that tall. Were they? I know Grim can... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's what an alpha apathy looks like. Oh. Interesting. Wait. That would be terrifying, actually. Oh my God. Apathy on its own is just, well, they're terrifying in numbers. A single apathy, not so much, but an alpha apathy would be a problem. I don't know. I'm curious. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Oh, cool. I think this should be Sylveon then, because it knows a fairy-type move, and its friendship is high enough. Maybe I should have saved before doing this. Yeah, Sylveon. Cool. We got it! Usually imagine an alpha apathy as some kind of legion, like a monstrosity made of... That could be, too. Because we saw the alpha centipede Grim. The name is escaping me at the moment. But it's what knocked Blake out and what Ruby ended up killing in Volume 8. The Centaur. I really don't like that they named it the Centaur. I wish they would have just called it like an alpha version of whatever it was, or at least referred to it as an alpha version of the Centipede Grim, because it's obvious that that's what it is, but they gave it a separate name where they haven't for other alphas. So I don't know. I don't know. Should I rename a Hydra Grim to some kind of pun, or keep it the same as Sphinx and Manticore Grim with no special name? I mean, Hydras in and of themselves are pretty good. I mean, if you can come up with a good pun, I'm sure Yang would approve. Yeah, I guess. It's just not really consistent with naming schemes, which I know Ruby isn't always the best for, but would that technically be considered the same thing for, yeah, Ursa Minor, Ursa Major? I think so. But just a regular Ursa is just an Ursa. And an alpha Ursa would probably be Ursa Major, of course, but I don't know. Yeah, time to go into Dark Souls mode in Pokemon. What? You'll mash up Cleaver's favorite foods into balls so you can throw offerings at him? Well, that's quite the unorthodox approach. You Galaxy people, your inventiveness just blows me away. I mean, now you can make offerings to Lord Cleaver from a safe distance. Imagine. I'll lend you my aid if it means we might provide Cleaver with his offering. Let's begin at once. Dark Souls is not a type of game I'm used to playing. I doubt I would even make it past the beginning area. It'd be very fun, probably entertaining for like a stream, and then it would get boring and repetitive because I'd be dying at this exact same thing over and over and over again. Though, I know Point Crow, if any of you have watched Point Crow before, has done like 10 to 12 hour streams of watching ice melt and watching grass grow and paint dry and things like that, so who knows? It might be an entertaining stream. Oh, thank you! How's it going, Rail? The art is absolutely amazing, drawn by the one and only Hoshi Ojo. Links to her stuff in the description down below. Drew all of the members of Team Seraph with their signature Pokemon. All right. Irida wants to fight first. Whatever the plan is, you'll need Cleaver's favorite plump beans. I've brought them as promised. Oh, that's right. My apologies. I'd forgotten all about you. I admit, as we haven't been able to solve this ourselves, we seem to have little choice but to turn to the Galaxy team. But even I still have my doubts about whether we should entrust such a thing to an outsider. These Galaxy team people don't share our customs or values. Look, your warden's out of control. It's going to kill someone soon enough. Do you want me to take care of it or not? Never watched Trials of the Desert. Trials of the Desert. Trials of the Desert. Trials of the Desert. I don't... I feel like I should know that, but I don't off the top of my head. Anime? Live action? TV special? Oh! God, I really should know that. Holy crap. Oh, I feel ashamed now. Forgot that I named the episode of Seraph Trials of the Desert. Yes. Yeah, absolutely, because you're introduced to the other two characters. Briefly, but, you know, I'll soon make the videos that go more into detail with them, but yeah. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I tried to make sure the initiation is interesting, and the next chapter, of course, will be continuing the initiation, and things will be fun, I think. Oh, prove to me you're worthy to stand in the presence of a noble Pokemon. You may battle by ordering about the Pokemon you've caught in your little Pokeballs, but on my side I have a Pokemon as close to me as a sister, as one of my own blood. If you can defeat Glaceon and me, I will entrust you with Cleaver's fate. Sure. I still have Sylveon out front, don't I? When that happens, I complete the Ceres Mecha. Yes. Be able to finally do that. I will say her color's actually purple, not pink, though she does... She's a very colorful individual in general, I'll say, but yeah... She's a character, that's for sure. Yeah. It's technically like a very light purple, but yeah, it's pretty much pink, yeah. Change Seraph 1? Oh, yeah. Yeah? Okay. Sylveon's gonna lose this battle, so... Glaceon... Let's see. Move! Okay, cool. We win now. Well, Nora has a new friend. Maybe. Well, I'm not going to reveal anything from the stories or their characters yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Now, explain the Galaxy Team's plan. What do you mean to do? We're just gonna throw this food at them, and that's it. So by throwing them at them? Yes, we explained all this already to the child. Weren't you listening? Soothing bombs of sorts. Very well. If it helps with Cleaver's frenzy, let's make these bombs with our very hearts and souls. I mean, Cleaver's in a rage. I don't think he's going to be too picky about what gets thrown at his head, especially since we're not really letting him choose in the first place. How many times have you accidentally slipped their names in VC? Not a single one. Not yet at all. And there's only one character whose name has not been revealed yet, though I think... No, actually, I think I did say her name once. I might have. Not 100% sure. But the guy, his name is Piers. Piers. Like the pier at an ocean or at a dock type thing. Ah, Daisy is now free from class. Did you do the quiz too? Did you ace it? Now then, ready yourself and I will summon the mighty Lord Cleaver. Sure. Alright. Time for Dark Souls. Here we go. Okay. Nice. O mighty Cleaver, Lord of the Woods, though it isn't yet time of ceremony, we've prepared an offering of your favorite things. Now accept them with force. Benevolent Lord, who works his might between the heavens and earth, we offer our gratitude and beseech you, reveal yourself to our eyes. Listen well, Zelina. Keep your focus on Cleaver. Dodging will be vital. Try to avoid his moves as you're throwing the bombs. You don't say. Yeah, Pokemon Go do be an FPS. And here we go. Like, how any human could survive a single hit from that is just astounding. Yeah. Come on. There you go. Yeah, Cleaver's not very bright, and this tree in the middle is making the first battle kind of easy. 'Cause he just constantly bonks his head. All I have to do is just sit here. He'll bonk his head until we get to phase 2, which I think is at half health. And then he starts doing some other attacks. Yep. Now he's doing more. Oh, no. Ugh. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay, keep the distance. Oh, no. Out of the way. Did he? No, he didn't bonk his head on the rocks. Oh, God, I'm not in a good place for this. Oh. Okay. Oh, you can dodge now, huh? Hit the tree. There you go. Almost there. Come on. And I know I can send out a Pokemon to do battle. I like doing it without that. Why didn't you hit the tree? Okay. Come on. You know you want to charge. There you go. Hit the tree. Good boy. There we go. Cool. Look, I didn't die. I mean, some people send in a Pokemon to fight these. It's so much more fun if you do it the Dark Souls way, though, and just go by throwing the bombs. Later fights are more difficult. This one, it's been a while since I fought Cleaver, so, you know, I think I did all right, though. I still had 2 more hits. It's really close, because you can tell with whenever you get hit, the screen kind of darkens around your character. When you're on 1 hit left, the screen actually, like, goes red. So I think I had 2 hits. Like, I could take 1 more hit, and then I'd be in the red, and then the second hit would have finished me off. So I think I was okay. One aura, 2 E for everyone rating, 3 Dark Souls level skill. Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, look, we got the light green soap. I think Cleaver's telling us we stink. How dare it? Some noble Pokemon you are. What happened? I fixed your problem. You're welcome. Some kind of light erupted from Cleaver's body. Yeah, and he gave me soap afterwards. Has Lord Cleaver's friend... Wow, I can't speak. Has Lord Cleaver's frenzied mind truly been put at ease now? Does this confirm the strange lightning was to blame for Cleaver's unnatural power? Yeah, I mean, they correlate pretty directly, I think. Go after every kind of soap imaginable to have the best shower ever or the best bubble bath. Fun fact, I don't actually have a shower in my house. A bath is the only option I have. It's mildly annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. Well, this is what I think this is what I think, after all we've seen. We know strange lightning came from out of the space-time rift the other night. Those bolts must have struck Cleaver and driven him into his frenzy after all. The lightning came from the space-time rift? But if Almighty Sinnoh really does dwell beyond the space-time rift, then that strange lightning, it indeed was Almighty Sinnoh's power? Why do you think that only one being dwells beyond that rift? Then were we even right to try to interfere? Happily went along with his plan to create some bombs if I knew what I was doing. Like some kind of thoughtless fool. Calm down, child. She kind of does have a target on her dress. Yeah. A little bit. She has the entire butt cape aesthetic going on. Hey, Bloody, how's it going? House tour? Probably never. Because other than, like, my room, there aren't actually any drapes on the windows, so it'd be too easy to give the rest of the world the outside view of the house, which means people might actually be able to track down where I'm located, which is probably a big no-no. Yeah. Don't want people to geolocate me and then, you know, steal the cat away. Though that is an idea. Nah, I think I'll keep them. Do it for the 100th video. Dox yourself now. No. I mean, I know doxing is against Twitch's terms of service, but I'm pretty sure self-doxing would count too, right? But yeah, if you insist, I live at 349 General Avenue on... Daisy, yes. Dox yourself. No. Daisy, no. I will not be doing that. Remember that the Lord of the Woods has long been our protector, keeping the Pearl Clan safe from dangerous Pokemon that might harm us. Would power sent by the true Almighty Sinnoh have driven Cleaver to turn on us and attack people and Pokemon indiscriminately? I doubt it. What Zelina just accomplished now, it needed to be done. Yeah, it probably does count if you dox yourself, I'd imagine, because obviously Twitch in their terms of service, ideally, I'd hope, wants to keep everyone safe. So, if you come across another Pokemon in the grip of painful frenzy, please help them. Yes, fine. I suppose I must concur. I apologize for becoming briefly incomposed. I'm grateful for what you've done for my lord. Please take these on behalf of the Pearl Clan. Consider it an apology for how rudely, having spoken to you rudely earlier, and as a token of my thanks. Aw, thank you, Irida. 3 citrus berries. 3 berries that you probably just found on the ground on the way here. Great. Thank you. $123? No, actually, 123 Sesame Street is my cousin, Big Bird. I know it's easy to get us confused. I'm actually at 125 Sesame Street. Remember that. I think I've finally come to believe that you truly did fall out of the sky, though I still cannot imagine the reasons at play. Settle things here. Would you mind seeing Lord Cleaver in I wouldn't mind seeing him in a frenzy again. Sure. Whatever you say, Chief. Let's see. Where's the... There it... Oh, no. No thanks. I don't want to do the balloons. Oh, hey, Kaio. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're just doing casual playthrough of Legends Arceus. Nothing too crazy, but, you know, just hanging out, talking, chilling. How's everyone doing? What were you streaming, Kaio? You don't have much, do you? Let's see. May as well get some Pokeballs. I mean, I did take 3 hits from Cleaver, so I don't know if I'd necessarily call this Dark Souls pro skills, but oh, rating in Final Fantasy 14, nice. I haven't had a chance to play Final Fantasy 14. Well, I'll be completely honest, I've never played a Final Fantasy game before in my life, but I've heard very good things about Final Fantasy 14. Were you raiding alone or were you playing online with others? Let's see. We can go back to the Fieldlands camp, and actually we should be ready to go to the Marshlands now, shouldn't we? Sweet. We can also go up a rank, I believe. Gotten enough to get to the 2-star. Yeah. Yeah, we are ready to go to 2-star. Cool. Oh, you quelled Lord Cleaver, you say? Oh, well done and bravo, my girl. Time to head back to the village and report to Commander Kamado. Still can't get over Commander Kamado. Pretty good group. We're on the final fight of the raid tier. I'm guessing the raid tier is a higher level tier. I apologize. I know nothing about Final Fantasy 14 in terms of like the difficulty scaling of it. But I'd assume that's probably a pretty difficult one, and it's good that you have good party members with you. Other than time dilation, have we seen unique interactions that weren't elemental between dust and semblance? That's a good question. Unique interactions between dust and semblance. I don't think so. Not that I can recall offhand. Because we've seen dust. We haven't really seen dust used with that many different semblances, because not all semblances are compatible with dust, right? Because Weiss's semblances, Blake's semblances. I'd imagine Sun's might probably be. Having mobile clones that would have dust infused in it would be useful. But yeah, I don't think we've seen really that many semblances interacting with dust. Nora's semblance obviously interacts with lightning dust, but it's pretty much strictly lightning dust. I guess that would count. Nora increases her strength with electricity, and that's a non-elemental bonus, I guess, increasing her strength, but I'm pretty sure it's not the same as time dilation. Granted, glyphs in general are a very unique semblance. They have so many like extra abilities with them that I'm convinced that there's something else going on with the Schnee family and the glyph semblance in general. I saw a light fading into the sky. You must have quelled the Lord Pokemon. Very observant, Volo. And what do you have there? Could it be another bar of soap? Those are 2 of the fabled plates of old. Nah, they're just soap. Don't worry about it. You want them? You can take them if you want. Oh, please let me have a look. There you go. Volo is a soap connoisseur. Let that be known. I see there are some letters carved into them. Let's see. This one says, "Where all creation was born, that is the being's place of origin." Okay. It seems to be a phrase in a very old myth. How did you come across these? Genetically modified super soldiers? How do you know that they aren't already? They are from Atlas after all, and you know, Nicholas Schnee was around during the wartime. They could have done some genetic altering right then and there, and it was just passed down his family tree. And since, you know, Nicholas Schnee's no longer with us, we may never know. It's entirely possible. Weiss is all like, I mean, let's be real here. Weiss is already kind of a super soldier. I mean, she can summon one at least with the Armagigas. More for the bubble bath. All the plates, I think, say, like, different things, part of a similar verse. I've never actually read them all. I can't recall if we can read them all. I see, so you were given the plates when you quelled Weirdeer and Cleaver. You'll find more plates like these scattered across Hisui. If we gather them all and decipher the scripts on them, we may uncover something absolutely amazing. Really, Volo? It really sounds like you know a lot about these plates. Is there maybe something that you're not telling us? mysteries of the past. Oh, how they tickle my curiosity. What a joy to be alive in such times. Ah, yes, these times. Specifically these times. Well, I must be on my way. Until next time. Busy merchant, you see. Super sus. Yeah, Nicholas literally was Remnant Captain America. The dude is one of the most incredible people in Remnant's history. He pretty much, just on his own, went into the ice continent of the North and settled down there, started mining, and it's because of him that Atlas exists at all. Like, the man's a legend. Not to mention, assuming this is still canon because it was from the World of Remnant series, but he used to escort dust shipments personally. Like, that's pretty incredible. Oh, how's the surveying going? Let's see, is it? Butafred! Butafred is evolving. Oh, look at that. It's finally become a Silcoon. A lovely Silcoon. I'm sure it'll evolve into a beautiful Beautifly. Just a little longer and it'll blossom into a Beautifly. You can do it, Butafred. I'm sure his dreams will all come true. As it says Cass. Yep. Gigafred. The man is like Atlas. He put the world on his shoulders. Yeah, he did. And I'm trying to relate to what Greek mythology would be for Jacques Gallet, because, you know, Jacques Gallet kind of just stabbed him in the kidneys and took the world from him. Dustifred. Zubat's Eye. A peculiar ponytail. Oh my goodness. I wonder what that could be. Yeah, Jack Frost is probably accurate. Yeah. Keep missing the obvious that they're... Yeah, pretty much. I mean, granted, he's like the guard at the center of town, so I'm guessing the poor man hasn't really encountered Pokemon at all. Like, when we got the mission, he had only heard of a Wurmple and that it could evolve into a Beautifly. Maybe he just doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't know what the evolutions are called. Because for the scope of this game, we are technically working on the very first Pokedex of Hisui. So, in this game, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he's just never encountered a situation like this before. But your analogy is definitely accurate. I imagine you would as well, since you mean losing face. If you have progress to report, I will judge its worthiness. You have made progress. It seems you've earned yourself a star. 2 whole stars. We're moving up in the world. To be fair, even most players don't understand how Wurmple... Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to think it was the gendered evolutions. Females would go into Beautifly, males would go into Dustox, but it's not. It's just completely random. I'm guessing it's something off of... Maybe it's their nature? I've never tested that. I'm sure someone out there has, though. Was it day-night? I'm pretty sure that's been tried before, and I thought that was maybe debunked. I honestly don't know, though. I have not tried. Oh, I can use Feather Balls. Awesome. Pokemon up to level 30. Or, yeah, it was IVs or PID. Yeah. Based on their personality ID. Yeah, that... How are their personality IDs determined? This is personality values. How? It's just their hidden internal number. There's too many hidden internal numbers for Pokemon, honestly, that just don't seem to affect much other than, like, certain things. Wurmple, for example, or... probably some other fringe cases. Spinda's patterns. Yeah, that would make sense. Considering Wurmple and Spinda were introduced in the same generation, that would make sense that they would have introduced personality values into the Game Boy Advance games. They had more data to put in the games, so they could put in other hidden values that would determine things like the however many 1,000 different forms of Spinda there are, as well as why not use the exact same thing to determine Wurmple's evolutions? That would make sense, actually. Oh yeah, a billion different appearances. More than just a couple thousands. If equals less than or equal to 5, you get Silcoon. If it's greater than or equal to 5, you get a Cascoon. I'm guessing the values could only go up to like 9 or 10 then? So that'd be like a 50-50 shot? Or is one more common than the other? I've already received the reports of your exploits. You successfully quelled Cleaver's frenzy, restoring the peace of mind in Hisui's people. You are a stranger to us, one who fell out of the very sky, yet you have served the Galaxy team admirably. Admit you've earned yourself some degree of recognition. Things are not settled, though. There are more frenzied Pokemon elsewhere. So carry on with your research and survey duties. Prove that you are truly an asset to us. I've already proved that. More than that useless Ray over there, but you know. Your fellow Survey Corps members are likely at the Wallflower. Oh, great. I was risking my life fighting against a giant bug from hell with axes for hands, and they were just out there enjoying just a leisurely meal, huh? Seems fair. Seems absolutely fair. If it's less than or equal to 5, apparently get a Silcoon. Usual order. 3 potato mochis. Oh, anything else that you'd recommend, by all means bring it out. The whole village is gossiping a storm about your young friend here, you know? She's got quite some luck to have come back unharmed after facing Cleaver. It's all skill, buddy. It's all skill. I was well prepared. And she's a quick study of how Cleaver moved in battle, from what I heard. Well, you have to be, or else you die. Going to work in the Fieldlands should feel a lot safer now, thanks to you. I mean, Cleaver seemed to stay to his own little hidey hole there, so I think it's pretty safe. There's a giant Snorlax out there that's still going to cause trouble, so I don't know if it's exactly safe. 0 to 4, Silcoon. 5 to 9 is Cascoon, actually. Oh. Yeah, that's why I thought it would be 9 would be the limit. Because 0 is always counted as a number. Okay. Yeah, so it's 50-50 then. Makes sense. Benny taught me how to make them. What are his directions? Oh, smoke bombs. Oh, those are useful. Lovely. Don't need to be worried about being mauled by Cleaver. Let's take our chance and study the Pokemon that call the Obsidian Fieldlands home once more. Nah, I want to go to the Marshlands. The ghost girl. Zelina? I've been waiting for you, Zelina. My name's Vesa. Zelina waits for someone else. There's something real important I need to tell you. Would you come with me? Decimal value mod, or if they use a specific bit number for the calc. Huh. Interesting. This is kind of a secret, but something terrible has happened. Hisui is in a whole lot of danger. Hundreds of years ago, a being that brought calamity to this region was sealed away by someone using the power of a strange magic. But now, for some unknown reason, the magic has become undone and the seal is broken. This is such a sad little story. I hate to think what might happen at this rate. So please, Selena, hear me out. I need you to restore the broken seal. Sure. Yeah, she do. She wait for her friend Sarah. She wait for the rest of her team. Yeah, Giratina did nothing wrong in Platinum. I mean, technically, Giratina didn't really do anything wrong in this game either. It's Volo who led it astray. Oh, thank you. I'm so happy you believed me. Just knew you'd be willing to help. The odd keystone is for you. Keep it safe. Here, take this rock and go... this funny-looking rock and use it to collect, purple fire that's elsewhere. Yeah, it is Spiritomb lore. 107 of them in total. With the odd keystone I gave you, you'll be able to gather them all. I really like what they did with Spiritomb in this game. Wisp are normally invisible, but not to the holder of the odd keystone. I know it's a huge task, but please, you just have to gather all the wisps for me. There's one real close to where we are. How about you start with that one? See, right here is where you can catch a little something. She specifically says they're only visible to the wielder of the odd keystone. And yet, she can see it too. And there's only one odd keystone. So, hints at how the lore actually goes. Basically Koroks of the game. Yeah, fortunately there's only 107, not 900. Yeah, she could have just seen it a second ago. She was just holding the odd keystone, so she probably just knew the general area. They look so pretty. True. Creepy little girl, how you teleport? The wisp has been absorbed into the odd keystone just as it should have been. Thank goodness I picked you to help me with this. Come talk to me if you ever need help finding the remaining wisps. And one last thing, as you gather more and more wisps, I'll give you some rewards as thanks. I'll wait here for you while you carry out your search. Good luck! I found all of the wisps in my first playthrough without a guide, but I did it without knowing that during the day, some of them are invisible. They just only appear at night, do not show up during the day, which was extremely frustrating because the one I had left, the last one, was only visible at night, and it was like in the corner of a map, and I missed it. I flew by its location like 10 times. Ugh. The X and Y girl after the elevator. Yep, exactly. Is it the same girl? Now that I think about it, is it very similar? It is a very similar sprite. Huh. Interesting. Wow, the Galaxy Team hairdresser really is, dare I say, cutting edge. I get it. Arizu really is an excellent character design. It's sad that her ancestor becomes, the admin Mars of Team Galactic. You're Zelina who quelled Cleaver, aren't you? Yes, indeed. I knew it. You've got quite the reputation, You quelled one of Almighty Sinnoh's chosen ones. Some people are actually kind of scared of you for doing something so bold. Not because I fell from the sky, the same sky that also sent down lightning bolts to cause the frenzy in the first place. Arizu, one of the top waifus of the game. I'm gonna say it. It's just, honestly, she is. Warden of the Diamond Clan. My special skill is giving haircuts. Real nice to meet you. Not to mention Silene. Yeah, her ancestor's a bit of a goof. Cyrus is, especially Cyrus in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, the little small angry bean that he is. There's a theory that the family actually expends even a bit more than just Mars. Really? Who would the family... Or is it... Right. Might be related to Silver from the Gold Silver Crystal games. And the one admin rocket, Ariana. It would make sense for Silver, but the rocket admin Ariana... That one, I'm not 100% sure on. I can't recall their face from my memory. Yes, hi, Cat. Hi. You've come for your hourly demanding of attention? Your meow. Your meow. Your meow. Huh? What's the matter? What? Hmm? What? You know what? Yes, hi. You exist. Hi. Oh no. Don't put the cat on a pedestal. He's too dumb to know how to get down. Yeah. No, do not put the cat on a pedestal. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Yeah. I'll think about getting a cat emote. I'll think about it. I'm definitely going to be making or commissioning Seraph emotes to start. Then we'll probably get a U emote. Yeah. Yeah. Look at him. Yeah. Hmm? Yeah. Cat, stay on camera. Oh, come here. Okay. Hmm? No? Okay. Well, apparently he didn't want to be picked up today. He's being a little drama queen, or he's just shy from the camera. Either way. Yeah, he likes to purr. He's actually not that fat. He's pretty fit. Oh, welcome back. Yes. Yeah, he doesn't mind being picked up for like a couple minutes normally. Meow, yes. We get it. You're loud, you have working vocal cords. Silencio. Hit the mute button. Ugh. What is it that you need? Value customer. Wouldn't you rather I had more wares? That'd be great. Oh, I need to go persuade the guy. Okay. He is a good bean. He does his best. But oftentimes, it's wondrous to know what his best actually is. He tries, though. He tries. Doesn't always succeed, but he tries. Let's see. Need to go up, and then we should get access to the marshlands after talking with Arizu. The bees! True. We can only hope to do our best. And live as comfortable a life as the cat does. Just gets to sleep all day. Doesn't have to worry about food or nothing. That is the life. Yeah. Fine. I think that should... Yeah. There's cat butt. You know, there you go. Cat, stop mooning the camera. Yes, cat. Yeah, you're adorable, aren't you? Yeah. Hmm? What are you doing? Any scritches? Yeah. What are you trying to do? Hmm? What do you want, cat? Yeah. Not a thought behind those eyes. He actually doesn't like his belly rubbed. Surprisingly. He has to be in a very certain mood for that to happen. Can you actually hear him purring from where he's standing? Okay, well, okay. There we go. No, you don't want to be picked up right now? Okay. Wow. You do purr loud, don't you, cat? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. This Q&A stream with the Ember Cam. I mean, we could. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Cats expose their bellies. Stop raising your butt in the air. Yeah. The cat. What's with the tail flip? You're purring and annoyed? Oh, you fluffy. Yeah. 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 Yeah, he wants all the attention. Doesn't want me to give any attention to anything else. Yeah. Yeah. You attack the blanket. Go for it. Go ahead. Yeah, keep going. You got this. Come on, go. Beat it. It's about the only foe you can actually beat in life. Come on. Field mouse could beat the crap out of you. You can at least do this. Come on. Here you go. Show the world how fierce you are. Well, you're trying at least. Uh, has he ever tried hunting mice? No. No, he hasn't. Because a mouse did make its way into our home once, and he was terrified. He's fully capable when there's a pane of glass in between him and the outside world to staring down squirrels and birds, and he'll scream bloody murder if there's another cat outside. But the moment that pane of glass is gone, he folds like a poorly built house of cards. I said this in last stream, I'll probably say it 1,000 times more. He's a cream puff. A field mouse could beat the crap out of this cat. Apex predator indeed. Well, you got the zoomies? You get that tail. Go on. Don't look at me. Keep going. Oh, getting bold there, aren't you, cat? Oh. Yeah, the fiercest enemy of all. His own tail. He's caught it once or twice. It often evades him, though. But he's trying. He's trying. And then he gets distracted. See, if I don't look at him and I just look at what he's doing in the camera, then he'll keep going. This is honestly really entertaining for me as well. This is true. The lack of brain cells allows him to have more fun in life. He can make his own entertainment. And now he just looks irritated. What, your tail evade you yet again? You look severely unimpressed. What? It's not my fault you didn't catch the tail. No. Yeah, go on. Dig a hole. I mean, Schlatt does know a lot about life. He also, now that I think about it, he does also have an orange tabby as well. Not the most brilliant of cats. Start a Cribs episode? Oh, you know, when the cat decided to show up and give the stream some extra entertainment. Honestly, way better than anything I could offer. Except now you're not doing anything. Move. Do a flip. You all tuckered out? You tired now? Energy all gone from today? Need another 5-hour nap? No? Okay. Well. Yeah, I think he's tired himself out. Yeah, that right? You tired? You all tuckered out? Alright. Well. Is it? At this point on, Phoenix quitting the game just to play with the cat. I mean, kinda. And now he's just getting interested in everything else. Alright, time to go back to the game. It's already started to go into sleep mode anyways. I'll keep the camera turned though so you guys can see the cat's antics in the corner. Because obviously he's a little bit more important than I am. Or at least he has more fans than I do from what it seems. Received no word from Adaman or Irida, but it's not something I can simply ignore. In any case, you have my thanks. You did well to inform us of Ursaluna's situation. Adaman's got his handful running the clan. Ursaluna's warden wouldn't even give me the time of day. Oh, right. Galaxy Team's the only one could turn to about this. How did I know? I don't know. It's just my expert intuition and the entirety of chat focusing on the cat more than anything that I'm doing. Of all the wardens, she is the most narrow-minded, bound by tradition. So in other words, stubborn. Likely does not take kindly to outsiders meddling in her affairs. Well, speak of the outsider right here. New mission for you. Go study Ursaluna. Permit you to show your strength. Ah, great. We get to go beat the crap out of a bear if it doesn't maul us first. You find Pokemon living there to be more fearsome than those in the Obsidian Fieldlands. Even the landscape itself is harsher, with steep ravines and seaside cliffs. It's not welcoming. In current rank, you should be able to handle it. You're fine. Displays in the ruins. Find Ursaluna's warden. Cool. We can go to the next location, chat. He may have more fans on Twitch, but I have more subscribers on YouTube. Take that, cat. And no, I'm not making him his own YouTube channel because he would get more subscribers than me. I'm petty, okay? We're going to have to fight Ray again, aren't we? Let's see if we can switch the team up a little bit. What do we have in the box anyways? A lot. Okay. Not really anything that I want to take, really. Don't really need to take any of those, so we're good with that for right now. Ember's Ruby videos would be amazing. Imagine all the wacky theories the cat could come up with. I can sum about all of them up in one single word. Meow. That's it. It's the best I'll ever do. Time to call it a night. YouTube's got no better ceiling than that. There's just 15 of us now. Imagine the swarm, what I mentioned earlier, with the impact of his popularity. Really? That's more entertaining than anything I can bring to the table? He's cute, I'll give him that, but how long can cute actually last for? Actually, let's see if Sylveon can actually learn some other moves other than just, you know, Baby Doll Eyes and Swift. Does she actually have any moves? Oh, it does have Fairy Wind. Cool. It's true, there is always a possibility, and it seems like pets, especially the ones of the cute variety, seem to get a lot of views. I mean, instead of making the cat its own YouTube channel, I should just start putting the cat in every thumbnail that I put on YouTube. That might work, at least for a short time. New moves. What can Duot learn? Focus energy, nothing. Sylveon? Magical Leaf, that's useful. Grass coverage. Actually, I'll take Rock Smash too. Why not? No? If Ember was a Pokemon, how would he be like? That's a good question. Huh. What's the derpiest Pokemon there is? Dwebble, maybe? Almost got him this time, buddy. Good job. Slowpoke, yes. Slowpoke, that's it. That's it right there. Or Quagsire. See, the thing is, Quagsire is an evolved Pokemon, which implies at least some level of strength. He don't got that. He just don't. Let's get rid of Tackle. And I like keeping Quick Attack. Is Sylveon a special attacker, or... Clobbopus, the mentality of a 3-year-old. Yeah, but it can actually hit hard. This cat can't. The best he can do is bap something. And, you know, well, maybe that fit with Clobbopus? I don't know. He's got no strength behind his punches. Oh, wow. Sylveon's definitely a special attacker. Holy, okay. You know that feeling when you're about to sneeze, but it's not actually getting to the point of sneezing? I hate that. No, not gonna happen. Okay. Oh. Yes, I love fashion. Give me more clothes. Please show me the talent. Oh, hippo. Yeah, I forgot you use Hippopotas as inspiration for new clothing. Not the most fashion-forward Pokemon. Yeah, it's real annoying. Sometimes if I, look at a light source, it helps. Like, it actually forces me to sneeze, but this time, did that happen for anyone else, or is that just me? But this time, it's just not. It's a mood, Gabriella. Sure, Ray. I don't mind kicking the crap out of your Pokemon. It's a Pikachu after all. I'll punt the little rat. I mean, I love Pikachu. It's so tiny and adorable. Yeah, fan works too. Oh, right, Mime Jr. Oh, this might actually be a little bit of a... What typing is Mime Jr.? Is it not Psychic? Or not strictly Psychic? Because Bite should be super... Oh, well, I killed in one shot anyways. Doesn't matter if it's super effective or not. Pikachu used Quick Attack. Oh, no. Oh, it gets to attack twice in a row, doesn't it? You Quick Attack again? Yep. Are you using Quick Attack a third time in a row? You are. Ray, you little cheating son of a... Yeah, Luxio's probably going to die next turn because Pikachu, the quick little bastard's going to get multiple attacks off. Let's see if a strong style bite won't just kill it. Oh, right. The Mr. Mime line. Good. One bite and I ripped the little mouse in half. Right. I forgot that it Mr. Mime line was updated to fairy type. Okay. So I guess the other fairy type was available in the Fieldlands because we caught Mime Jr. Interesting. Seems right that one who could defeat a lord would beat me too, I guess. Yes. Yes, I can, and I always will. Know your place, Ray. Thanks for the battle. Here, let me give you a new recipe. Stealth sprays. That's actually pretty useful. He's good for something. Son of a Salem. I mean, as far as we know, Salem's only had daughters, but it's been a few thousand years. Also, the cat left, so I'm just going to turn the camera back. You know, lately... Oh, space-time distortions. This is when they start activating. Cool. Tempting item, so tried ducking in to grab him, but turned out there were legions of tough Pokemon inside. Barely made it alive. Cool. See, I would buy that to some extent if Tyrion was Salem's son, except we actually know what Tyrion's first encounter with Salem was. It was when he was on the prison ship in Atlas, and it was kind of a hidden little Easter egg in Volume 7 when Clover and everyone was talking after Tyrion slaughtered all the people at Robin's party. He brought up a little, I guess, kind of, what's the right word? Description of Tyrion, or the last little encounter that he had, and it described the things that a folio, that's the word, thank you. It described the last time Tyrion was ever seen and the last words of the pilot of the prison airship that was escorting Tyrion to prison. My, how beautiful. It's, you know, he saw Salem probably riding in on her Grim for the first time that tore the ship and all the other occupants apart, but she was after Tyrion himself. Police report. Yes. Well, I didn't know if everyone was aware. It was a little hidden tidbit that was in there. I know I mentioned it in the review, but, you know, it's already a review that's almost 3 years old at this point. What are you? What are you? Beautiful. Of course. They're off that way. If you need a pointer, see the entranceway over there. In other words, Ray and the professor are staying here at camp where it's safe. You defeated a noble, you go do it yourself. You know, I wish I could tell where or when one of those space-time distortions was going to erupt. I wonder if checking the map would be helpful. Gee, thanks, Ray. You're so useful. Counting on both of you to carry out... Really, Professor, you're counting on both of us. Is that so? Really. I'm sure we'll both do our best, but I think one of us is going to do better than the other. Be mindful of your limitations as well, won't you? Sure, Professor. We'll both be mindful of our limitations. That's fair. That's fair, Roman. I think you and I are both in the same boat on that one. I've analyzed Ruby for a very long time. And from the sounds of it, so have you. Yeah, the shade. Ray's just kind of useless in this game, if I'm being honest. Oh, I need the wheat, actually. Let's see. There's all the ducks over there. The tree. Oh god, it's Satan. Freaking Paris. Far too aggressive in this game. Yeah, I'm about the same, Roman. I've seen it so many times. I need to rewatch it, actually. I haven't watched it for a few months at least. Because Ice Queendom kind of took precedence. Really? I reached the cap of items in the bag already? I have 2 Thunderstones. Interesting. Alright, well. Time to just fast travel to camp and deposit some things. The duckening. Yeah, pretty much. Don't need those. Don't need those. Sad thing is, your inventory fills up so quickly in this game that you absolutely need the extra inventory slots to just play through casually at least and not speedrun it. But, good lord, it gets annoying. Watch party of all Ruby? Maybe? For like, it'd have to be something on Discord, because obviously can't do that over Twitch. But it's possible. Yeah, that's true. Everyone can go watch Ruby Recap that recaps the whole Ruby series. Put a lot of effort into those videos, so I'd appreciate it if it got more views. The series was a lot of effort to do, but honestly really rewarding when it was done. Let's see. Oh, you're welcome. But yeah, I was honestly surprised that I was the one asked to do. Wow, Carnivine has a strong bite. I mean, it's pretty much all mouth, so I understand, but still. True, I like rewatching the show as well. Then you don't get some annoying dickhead talking over the entire thing. The audacity. But, hey, welcome, Azure Dragon. Welcome to the guild. Cool. Carnivine's added the Pokedex. If I were to get a Ruby tattoo... How's it going? If I were to get a Ruby tattoo, what would it be? That's an interesting question. Like, I've never gotten any tattoos, and if I was to get a tattoo, I already have an idea what it would be. It would be probably an entire sleeve that would come up all the way over my shoulder and possibly spill onto my chest that would incorporate a whole bunch of different things that I'm a fan of. And there would be... I don't know if I'd get... I probably would try to get something to symbolize Ruby in and of itself, of course, more than just the symbols of Team Seraph. But I would incorporate, like, different anime into it. I would incorporate a whole bunch of different things, and that would be... Oh, it would absolutely be expensive, but if I'm going to get a tattoo, something that's meant to permanently stay on my body, I'm going to make sure that it's very well done, very well detailed, and, like, is up to the quality I would want, especially for something that is going to be permanently affixed to my body. That's just me personally, though. I know other people are a lot more casual of getting tattoos, even to the point of I've seen far too many videos on YouTube from Twitch streams where single game of Mario Party, loser gets a tattoo of like the winner's choice, and I'm like, that's a little bit too drastic for my liking, but you know, to each their own. Yeah, encompasses all of my interests, like the different anime that I'm a fan of, Ruby, the YouTube, like, you know, I would have the Guild of Eternal Flame logo incorporated in there. Of course, you know, because I don't necessarily know if I want to say what the tattoo idea is out loud, because then someone might take it, because I really like the idea and I don't know if I want to spoil the entire thing. But it's the Satan grew up, and there's more. Oh jeez, you satanic insects, leave me alone. Just live peacefully in your forest. I just gonna get a sleeve tattoo done. It's just gonna be slowly individual tattoos, same arm until it's a sleeve. Fair enough. Do you think GF will get a redesign? Oh, do you think the redesign new Seraph characters being revealed? I don't think so. Like, I wouldn't really redesign the Guild of the Eternal Flame with the new Seraph characters, because I mean, I already updated the banner of the guild itself, of the Discord server, with all 4 of the characters as well as my YouTube. So I don't think the Guild of Eternal Flame needs to have a redesign for Team Seraph. The wacky inflatable arm flailing tube Grim. You know, I'm a big fan of the Grim we saw in volume 8, where it was like the Jaws poster of the giant Grim shark coming up. That Grim was cool. But I actually really do like the Deathstalker Grim. Just big old scorpion. Just a big old stingy boy. Why am I running? I have the mount now. Where's the spot where I can jump across the river? I know it exists. Better not have spent too long making it in Minecraft for it to change. I mean, well, now that you put it that way, I feel like I have to change it. It's only right. Because Minecraft is supposed to be like, you know, rebuilding things. Isn't it? We do need more Water Grim. It's just not much of the series takes place at sea. So, only so much we can do. Yeah, Hydra Grim would be incredible. It would have to be one of the boss Grim that are fought, which seem to only happen at the end of some volumes, though in more recent volumes it seems to be like the end of every single one. But still, there's the big wiggly boy. Giant Tangrowth. Poke OC Fairies. Thank you. I'm glad you like them. Yeah, I commissioned those a while ago for the intention of, you know, having them as part of the... have something on stream. Not exactly planning on doing a separate story with them or anything, but Octopus or Kraken Grim, that would be pretty nice to see as well. It's just sea travel in Ruby isn't the most exciting thing. So it would probably have to be something if they're at a beachfront or something. If Ruby ever gives us a beach episode, I guess, then a Kraken Grim could be part of it. Ooh, an Eel Grim. That Eel Grim. Eel Grim. Did we see an Eel Grim at the beginning of Ice Queendom? Trying to remember. I don't recall. Head of an anglerfish? Yeah, I don't think so. In Ruby the Session, yeah, there are Aquatic Rim in Ruby the Session, though I don't think like Ruby the Session is technically canon. Absolutely, I highly recommend Ice Queendom Azure Dragon. It's a really good series. It's, if you're expecting something similar to like the original Ruby series, like volumes 1 and 2 type thing, it's absolutely going to be different, not just in the fact that it's a different plot, but the original 2 volumes were focused on like giving us cool fight scenes, for example, as well as exploring the new characters, introducing us to them. Ice Queendom is much more focused on exploring the mentality of the characters that we've already come to know. Namely, Weiss and Blake get a majority of the focus, as well as Ruby, of course, and sadly Yang's a little bit left to the sideline, but purely because a captain with a great beard. Working on an expansion of Merlot Industries, where instead of mutating Grim, they fuse it with androids and hard light dust. Inspired by tech from Spider-Man game from 2007. Interesting. Yeah, if they can actually start to manipulate Grim in all sorts of different ways, that would be an interesting way to take the series. I kind of hope they don't do that in canon. For alternate universe and stories, absolutely, that's a fantastic way to go. But in the series itself, since we already had Dr. Watts, probably one of the leading scientists on Remnant, working with Salem, and we hadn't really gotten that up until this point in Ruby canon, I feel like it would kind of be shoehorning it in, especially considering the last kingdom we have to go to is Vacuo, the most technologically in-advanced of the kingdoms. So, I don't know. Mecha Grim, Ice Queendom. Yeah, Ice Queendom, I really liked Ice Queendom because it has a lot of symbolism and imagery throughout the entire show that is really telling of the character's mentality. I've been meaning to get around to making more videos on Ice Queendom and everything, but, you know, planning for the tournament and getting prepared for stream and everything, as well as just general burnout and wanting time to recover has been dragging me down a little bit, but I do intend to make more videos on it. The way that Rooster Teeth describes Ice Queendom is canon adjacent, and the way that I interpret that after watching the show is that the events of the show are non-canon, but the way that the characters are feeling at that given time, the way that their emotions are explored, the way that their inner demons and insecurities are portrayed throughout Ice Queendom is canon to how they were feeling at that point in Volume 1. And the amount that they grow is indicative of how they grew between Volumes 1 and Volume 2. That's how I interpret Ice Queendom, at least. Whether that's what they actually meant by it, we may never know, but hopefully we'll see soon enough. See, the thing is, I've never actually played Grim Eclipse. I'm obviously going to now that I've started streaming, but I haven't quite yet. Yeah, because I've seen a lot of people online, because it's the internet, they love to be angry at things. I've seen a lot of people saying that Ice Queendom's too slow, it's too boring, but it's not about the action. If you take a step back and like see what's happening on screen and read a little bit deeper into it, the series is just rife with meaning for each of the characters, and it's a really well-made series. Not to mention the animation's absolutely gorgeous. So, you know, I really do like it. Research that comes from this offsuit Merlot project won't produce exactly what they're looking for, mostly because they don't have enough Grim goop to program and work with. The theories they have, well, theoretically work in controlling Grim. Yeah, and that's one thing that hasn't been shown in the Canon Ruby series either, is the ability to control Grim. And I hope they don't, again, try to shoehorn that in later on. We've gone through 8 volumes of the show already. Grim haven't been able to be controlled by anyone other than Salem. So if technology is all of a sudden just there for how to control Grimm, there would need to be some explanation of where that came from. And given that Merlot and the experiments that he's done with the mutating Grimm and all of these other things that he's done with the Grimm experimentation, considering they haven't made it into the main show, I think it would be kind of shoehorning it into canon. One criticism I do have of Rooster Teeth and the writers is I find that rather than creating just original spin-off series that are, set in the RWBY universe but not canon to the show, they always seem to want to find a way to shoehorn it into canon somehow. I think they have a misconception that people won't watch it unless it is canon to the show, but that just kind of, it forces people to, if they want to understand what's happening in just the show, they need to watch all of this other material. They need to read 3 other books. They need to watch all of these different things. And I don't think that's right. I think you should be able to understand everything that's happening in the show by just watching the show. And you shouldn't need to watch or read any other auxiliary material to understand what's going on. And I fear that if they start introducing too much, because there's Grimm Eclipse, the Grimm Campaign, the spin-off novels written by E.C. Myers, there's a lot of other auxiliary material that is technically canon. And now Ice Queendom, now that they're calling it canon adjacent, there's also Ruby Arrowfell that's coming out. That's supposed to be entirely canon. Like, to just understand what's happening in the series, I feel like they are adding in just a bit too much. Now, with that being said, the books written by E.C. Myers are the perfect way to add in canon material that is absolutely not necessary to the central story. World of Remnant is honestly a pretty good one. It's just, given the structures of volumes 1, 2, and 3, that they didn't really have that much time to introduce that many of the world's concepts, as well as they didn't know how long RWBY was going to continue, and then by the time volume 3 was finished, they're like, oh crap, RWBY kind of took off. We have a lot more of a budget now, and we should probably start working on things. But the books written by E.C. Myers, perfect way to introduce new things into canon, because you could not read any of the books and still be able to enjoy and understand RWBY just as much as you could have otherwise. It's just, after the Fall, Before the Dawn, they focus on other teams that became fan favorites, other characters that became fan favorites in volumes 1 and 2, and this is, oh geez, the fast hippo, okay. And knowing what happened to Team Coffee, Team Sun, and everything between volumes, like while volumes 4 till, well, I guess 8 is going on, it's really interesting for those who are fans of Team Coffee and Team Sun, but if you're not, then it's not going to matter what happened with those characters during that time. And it's just a really good way of doing it. Now, when it came to Roman Holiday, yes, of course you'd like your own book, Roman. Roman Holiday, in my opinion, is the best of all 3 of them, but that's just because I'm a huge fan of Roman Torchwick as well as Neapolitan. I'm curious to see if Roman Holiday will be necessary for understanding some of the stuff that takes place in Volume 9 with Neo's character, because that is the canon backstory of both Neapolitan and Roman Torchwick. Goes through a lot of their past, and it's very well written. But with Neo and the struggles that she's going to go through in Volume 9, I think her past as Trivia Vanille, if you don't know who I'm referring to with Trivia Vanille, I highly recommend reading Roman Holiday, or, checking out the review I have on my channel. Slight self-promo there. But with her past, I think that's going to play a role in the struggle that she's going to have in Volume 9. She's been abandoned again. She's having all of these... Aw, thanks, Roman. I appreciate it. Absolutely. If you get the chance to pick up those books, I absolutely highly recommend reading them. Azure Dragon, if you don't have the chance to, I do have reviews on my YouTube channel as well that go over in pretty decent detail all the events of the books, at least the major ones, if you can't pick them up right away. Okay, I figured that would be addressed, which unfortunately means that for Neo's backstory, I'm hoping that there will be an episode or half an episode in Volume 9 that touches on Neo's backstory so that it doesn't make reading Roman Holiday required material for understanding Volume 9. Because that's something I'm concerned about. If we get to Volume 9 and anyone who hasn't read the books or doesn't know about them can't understand what's happening on screen, then that's going to be a little bit of a barrier for entry. And you want as few barriers for entry into a new series as possible so that people can just, come in and enjoy a series. And not have to get to 9 seasons in and then realize, wait, I need to read the book too? What the hell? Yeah. Grim Campaign, I'll be honest, I did not watch Season 2 of the Grim Campaign simply because of where Season 1 left off. Where it looked like there was a necklace that was controlling a Grim. If someone's watched Season 2, can you confirm or deny if that was the case, where there was a Grim wearing a necklace that seemed to have a glowing stone on it that, could control Grim? Artifacts from Salem's time. So, that kind of seems like it's a item that can control Grim, which really just shouldn't exist. Okay, it is the case. And considering they did say that the Grim... I'll be honest, I loved the Grim campaign. I loved watching it. It's an excellent idea. Making a D&D campaign in the Ruby style, that's fantastic, in the Ruby universe. The moment that they made it canon, I have a problem with. Because while you're watching the episodes of the Grim campaign, that means events of the Ruby series, doesn't matter how minor they are, there are canon events of the Ruby series that are literally determined by the roll of a dice. I don't like that. I really don't like that. That doesn't seem right. I know the general plot line of Grim Campaign was planned out, but the fact that there are even just whether someone succeeds or fails in a given conversation with an NPC is determined by the roll of a dice, I don't know. I don't like it. If they had just said, hey, this is a non-canon Ruby D&D campaign that has characters we created, characters we really like, and there are going to be some canon elements to it, like, hey, the 39th Vital Festival tournament took place in Mistral. Something we didn't know before, but actually happened in the Ruby series. Sure, little things like that, great. But no, everything that happens is absolutely canon? Not so much. Oh, there's now artifacts that can control Grim? Okay, why has this never been a thing before? Why was this never introduced when we were in Mistral? Why didn't the Spider Organization have something like that? I don't know. I feel like that took away from the Grim campaign for me. Yes, it is very nice that it showed how plant dust can be used. Epithet Erased route, where they start with the campaign, have fun with it, then adapt it into canon. Yeah, that could have been a good way of going about it too. They didn't really have to adapt it into canon. They could have just had canon elements. After the thing was over, they could have just said, okay, this, and this that was mentioned in the series are actually canon, but, things actually, the general things are not. Yeah, I really wish we saw more of the spiders, as well as the Malachite twins. The Malachite twins, one thing that Volume 1 and 2 really had going for it, the designs of the characters were fantastic. The Malachite twins, Raven Bronwyn's introduction, oh my god, Monty was a brilliant man for so many reasons. But character designs was definitely one of them. Teddy bear, stay in the ball. The Berengal and a Manticore were among the few under its control. Yeah, I don't I don't like the idea of controlling Grim with a necklace. At least having something like that introduced this late in the game. Because, again, it's Volume 9. We've been to Atlas. Literally the most technologically advanced place in all of Remnant. And the technology hasn't existed there. So finding it existing elsewhere, unless it was created by Watts for Salem, it wouldn't make sense for it to just exist. Yeah, controlling Grim with magic is fine, because magic was already established back in Volume 3. It's just controlling Grim with technology hasn't been established yet. That's mainly what I'm saying. Magic still probably has a lot of capabilities that we don't even know yet. And there are probably going to even be new, maybe not necessarily new things, but potentially new things introduced in Volume 9, in the Ever After, this brand new world that's going to operate in strange new ways, where Team Ruby is probably going to get a power-up, because, let's be honest, they're severely underpowered for the fight that they're about to go face in Vacuo. But we'll see, because personally, they could end up getting maiden powers, each of them, because they do kind of have the connections, at least a couple of them do. Raven to Yang, and Weiss to Winter, and, oh, it's a level 28. Nope. And, like, well, a small spider for Season 2. The necklace did kind of vanish after the crash of a large airship. Specifically called a magic necklace. Oh, that's even worse. Because it's just a magic necklace, but... Side quest to get OP loot. Essentially, yeah. I mean, considering Ruby's Scythe fell... You know what would be interesting, actually, now that I'm thinking about it? We saw in the Volume 9 trailer. Apologies if you haven't seen the Volume 9 trailer, or the teaser yet. It's only like a minute long. I'm gonna spoil something, but Ruby picks up Penny's blade. Like the blade that was made from her magic. From the, you know, the Winter Maiden magic. It'd be interesting to see if that blade contained even the tiniest bit of magic and Ruby could somehow forge that into her weapon in this other world. Then she could always carry Penny with her. Something like that. That could be interesting. Because we really don't know anything. Okay, standing to... Oh, that's... Oh, that was a crit. Okay. Yes, Nuts and Dolts will always live on in our hearts. Meow! Meow! He's back, everybody. Louder than ever. Oh, no. Here, take Badoo. Yeah. Ember 2, Return of the Cat. They're gonna have to do something, just like how Jean carries around, like, Pyrrha's scarf around his waist, like that red piece of fabric that he has belonged to Pyrrha. So, considering Jean's carrying, you know, a symbol of Pyrrha along with him, I think Ruby's probably gonna carry some symbol of Penny along with her. God, it's gonna hurt so much just seeing Ruby realize that her friend is actually dead. Oof. That's gonna suck. There's gonna be so much pain in Volume 9. Oh my god. The return of Ember, the reckoning. The Master has returned. No, don't give him that title. He is unworthy of it. Yeah, there better be pain. I agree. If, like, they need to make it hurt in Volume 9. Because Ruby needs to find out that Penny died. Blake and Yang need to have their reunion, because Yang, I've said this before, I'll say it 1,000 times, she should, when she gets to that island, she should think that she's the only one there, because she was the first to fall. So when she sees Blake for the first time, there better be an emotional reunion. God, that better be the confirmation of Bumblebee, because if there's no better moment for it. But we'll see what ends up happening. When some people encounter Neo, there's gonna be some confrontation there. Not to mention when Ruby finds out that Jean was the one who finished off Penny, even if it was by her own request. Oh, God, this is gonna be so much pain. Like, the only one who's really just gonna kind of be there, trying to be the mom of the group, I think, is actually gonna be Weiss, because she doesn't have that much, I guess, trauma-inducing interactions that she's going to have in Volume 9. She's going to have a emotional reunion with the rest of her family, that's for sure, which will probably happen at the end of Volume 9, because, well, Winter watched her sister fall into the void and is under the assumption that she's probably dead. Winter's going to have that conversation with the rest of her family just after Whitley and Weiss actually, made up a little bit too. Ha! I see what you did there, Shift. There won't be any words whenever they find Neo. Jean and Ruby have a moment because of what happened to Penny. I think, like, the way that I hope it goes is that Yang and Blake are the first ones to encounter each other, and Jean and Neo are the first ones to encounter each other. Weiss eventually then runs into Blake and Yang, and then I hope Ruby, after stumbling upon Penny's blade, realizing that Penny died, or perhaps they might just have Ruby stumble upon Penny's body entirely, which, God, I don't know how much of the fandom's ready for that, and then have Ruby, in her grief and rage, encounter Jean with Neo. Ruby's going to immediately go after Neo. Neo is immediately going to go after Ruby, and Jean is going to get in the middle of that and say, hey, look, we're all stranded here. Let's try to get along to be able to get out of this situation. Ruby won't listen to that. Neo probably wouldn't either. But Jean, trying to calm Ruby down, might try to say that, hey, Neo wasn't actually the one who killed Penny. That was me. Penny asked me to, this, that, and the other, and that's going to turn Ruby's rage towards Jean, and that's going to be an internal conflict there, but we also already know from the trailer that all of Team Ruby reunites with one another, and Jean and Neo aren't actually seen with them. So, we'll see. It's all going to be swept under the rug, so we won't get any of this catharsis. We don't... I hope it's not, but we'll just have to wait and see. I do have faith in the writers and what they're capable of doing with Ruby, so we'll just have to see what path they decide to take. I honestly don't think they would show Penny's body. I think that might be a little bit too much for what the writers want to do with Ruby, but we'll have to see. Big Bro Jean trying to keep them from killing each other. Yeah, I honestly think that the way that should go, but we'll have to see if that's the way it actually will go. Oh, he must have won the cell, this fellow, this guy, yep. Jacques' death was disappointing. I know that a lot of people wanted to see more, but I also think it's fitting. He doesn't deserve more. He's gone. Just throw him out like the trash he is. Honestly, I didn't mind it at all. Just one quick scene, blow him to dust, and gone. I don't mind it. Would have been great if we saw him like fall from grace as Atlas was falling from the sky. He just fell out of the bottom and plummeted, but honestly, sure. I get the idea of wanting them to suffer, but that's the problem I've had with so many TV shows, so many movies. I'm going to keep you alive just to make you suffer. That gives them more chances to escape. Just get them gone, get it over with, they're never coming back at that point, and you can move on with your life. It's not like it just quick and easy, done and gone, and you know, you never have to worry about it again. Like, I don't know. Key piece to progressing the Schnee characters was erased from the show. Not that Weiss needed it, but Winter and Whitley could have used something. In what way do you mean, Nin? Like, because I don't know what benefit it would have had for Whitley and Winter to, sure, confronting Jacques and telling him off, I guess, but I think just for in Whitley's case, especially, just getting him away from Jacques, that's what he needed. That's what he needed. Maybe later in life, as a teenager, he could go back to Jacques and say, thank God, you know, the rest of my family was there for me because you never were, you scumbag. Like, sure, that would have been some catharsis for him later on, but just getting Whitley away from Jacques is what needed to happen right now. The future down the line, well, that's kind of uncertain, isn't it? Because at this point in the story, Jacques is the least of everyone's worries. An entire kingdom has been wiped off of the map of Remnant. Atlas is gone. The most technologically advanced place in all of Remnant, an entire kingdom, not just an academy this time, an entire kingdom is gone. The only place left with a decent fighting force is Vacuo. And not to mention, Atlas also had the largest military on Remnant 2. So Jacques really is small potatoes at this point. I honestly don't mind the way that Volume 8 handled most everything. Even Ironwood, even like the fall of Atlas and Mantle, the entire battle that took place, Emerald switching sides. I still wish Ambrosia's or Jin's last question was used for something else. I kind of wish that Neo would have used the last question for something, you know, worked around it with intention or text to speech or something like that. But yeah. Yeah, bold of you to assume that Jacques gets a next life. Schnee sibling bonding. Yeah, Schnee sibling bonding is something I definitely want to see. It might not be something that happens until Volume 10, because I do think Volume 9 is mostly going to be focused on just the other realm. But Neo needs to mime to Jin, yes. Oh, that would be amazing to see. Be on your way. There's much to do and prefer not to be distracted any further. How about you show me the strength? Good old Volo. Sure. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm sure we're going to see Jin again. She's going to get 1 or 3 questions recharged when Ruby reclaims the lamp simply for plot conveniences. Well, I'm curious on how exactly they're going to do it. I fully believe we're going to see Jin again, but I don't know, because we already saw that Jin can be summoned even if you don't have a question for her. Ruby did that at the end of Volume 6, so her questions don't necessarily have to get recharged, and especially once all 4 of the relics are actually brought together, which they absolutely will be. That's when you put 4 MacGuffins in a show like this and say that, oh, something treacherous is going to happen when they're all gathered, every show ever brings them all together for the final climactic battle. It's going to happen. All the spirits are probably going to be summoned at that point. We will see Jin again. But I'm wondering how convenient they're going to go with the plot, right? Because Jin's questions refill every 100 years. When does that timer start? Does the 100-year timer start when the first question is answered? Or does it start from the time when the final question is used? Or is it something even more convenient that Jin's rotation follows an actual calendar from the date of her creation? Because you could just happen to say that, 3 weeks from when Team Ruby gets back from the Ever After, well, that's just the, 10,000th anniversary of Jin's creation. Easily divisible by 100, and her questions just happen to, refresh just before the final battle, just for Salem or Cinder or Neo or Team Ruby to get access to the questions. If they go that convenient with the plot, that's going to be way too convenient. Some of the flagships that deserve a name might have survived. I'm sure some of them did, but also not sure if Atlantis happened as part of Cinder's Ambrosius, because otherwise I'm curious as to where all the water came from. See, I think the water was what Cinder created. Although she said, adding more fuel to the fire, and it did imply that she added the fire to where Watts was, just to make sure to finish him off. But I have a feeling it had to have been the water, because Atlas and Mantle are not that close to the sea, and just the impact of Atlas wouldn't melt that much ice, because it's not like it had a huge explosion or anything. It was just rock colliding with ice. I don't think there would be enough friction there to melt that much water, personally. I mean, it could have, but I don't know. Want to know what they mean by brought together, like touching, being used by one person. I think it's just in a close vicinity to one another. Also probably had a huge... it is a floating city, yeah, but I'm guessing they used water dust for a lot of their... See, the thing is, I guess it could have been water dust because there was all sorts of dust mines in Vacuo underneath. But if it came from dust, then there would be more than just water dust, wouldn't there? There'd be lightning dust, fire dust, there'd be gravity dust, there'd be all sorts of different dust types and not just water. So I'm still curious as to where all of the where all of that water came from. I still think it had to have been from yeah, the water did flow in after the city fell. So but here's the thing. Cinder and Salem flew off from the city, right? So, really, what could have happened, Cinder could have created the fire to kill Watts, adding more fuel to the fire, and then the second she handed the relic over to Salem, Salem could have used Ambrosius as well. Because Ambrosius does not have the same restrictions that Jin does. Jin, you get 3 questions every 100 years. Ambrosius, you can create whatever the heck you want, however often you want. The only catch is, whatever you created previously has to disappear for something else to be created. So, Salem could have created the water, Cinder could have created fire. As simple as that. It's just the, once Atlas crashed to the ground, the fire that was burning Watts to death wasn't really needed anymore. Not to mention Cinder wasn't exactly forthcoming with what she actually created, just adding more fuel to the fire. Exactly. We never saw it, and we may never get an explanation for the glacier, snow, water either. Because it could have been from a glacier, but I just don't think there was enough heat or friction to cause that much of a glacier, that much ice to melt. So, we'll have to see if anything's explained. I doubt it. I also have yet to actually watch the director's commentary for Volume 8, so that might potentially explain something too. Oh, you... Ugh. The egg is healing itself. Great. Cool. Yeah, with every volume that's been released on DVD Blu-ray, there's always director's commentary, and it often gives some little tidbits here and there of things to come in the series. Because in Volume 3's commentary, for example, there was a mention of Ozpin's weapon when he was fighting against Cinder in the vault under... Really lived on one. When he was fighting in the vaults against Cinder the Vault under Beacon Academy, there was a mention that his weapon had something to do with time. And that was the first hint that we got about Ozpin's cane and the secrets that it held. Yeah, on the DVD release, yeah. So, that was our first hint at Ozpin's weapon, when we didn't actually find out what it did until, Volume 8, when Oscar blew up Monstra in spectacular fashion. I mean, I'm kind of glad it isn't a relic, because carrying a relic around with you like that, not really great. But his name is Richard. Yeah, I mean, by that definition, so is Ozpin. And I guess technically Oscar would be too. Just not a relic. He is a relic, but he's not a relic. If you know type thing. Assume the first question is asked in year 4, and the second question is asked in year 6. The third is in year 8. When do the questions recharge? That's exactly what I was saying before. Does the timer start on the first question, or does the timer only start when the third question is used? Or it could be on a regular interval starting from Jin's creation. Every 100 years, it just resets whether the questions have been used or not. So as long as you time things well, then you could use 3 questions, and then, a year or a couple days, depending on how well you can time it, if you know the exact day that Jin was created, on the multiple of 100th anniversary of her creation, then the questions could recharge then. Okay. Sounds good. Side note. Love fandom names such as Kevin, who just be chillin'. Kevin's going to play a larger role in the series. I'm sure we're going to see the return of Kevin. I'm sure he's going to come back. Recharge more day. 100 years, assuming every 100 years like clockwork. Yep. Say question 3. Year 99. 3 questions to come back. Year 199. Yeah. Was in recharge mode B. Question 1 would come back. Year 4. Yeah, that about sums it up. It's like an amalgamation of C and A where the counter starts on the first question asked instead of the last. Yeah. All right, Night Carry. Ugh. Take the deer and just go. Like, I don't know in this game why they, say, oh, I saw the remnants of a campfire all the way out here, and then they just give you a quest marker to mark exactly where you need to go. Dipping into the caffeine squared reserves. I mean, it's a Tuesday night. If you have school or work or something to do tomorrow, no need to stay up on my account. I appreciate it, but, no need to push yourself. The Misfortune Sisters. We got Jupiter, the ancestor of Galactic Admin Jupiter. I think that's the proper title on the right. And then we have Candace's ancestor on the left, and the one in the middle is ancestor of both Agatha and what's his name? That's the other one. Saturn. Okay. Right, Jupiter's the purple-haired one. The one with the big, like, orbs type things, lamp bulbs. Yeah, misfortunate names. Indeed. I need to do homework too. Have you actually been completing the homework while watching the stream? That's the real question. Because I know whenever I've tried to watch things while also doing homework, the homework goes a lot slower. How fortunate for us that that's the case. Thought you spotted a 4-leaf clover? Well, I'll soon have you seeing double. It's Clover! Heads I win, and tails you lose. I've got no chance in this game of fortunes. The youngest coin, definitely not your good luck piece. No comment. Unrelated. Yep. Yeah, because I don't know what time it is for you, but it's like 11 p.m. for me, so doing homework... Agatha and Bertha? I thought there was... Okay. It might be. Because I knew Agatha for sure, but... Yeah, I wasn't sure of the second one. But, yeah, Bertha makes sense. Toxicroak. What level are you? Are you still in the 20s? Like low 20s? 23. Oh, it attacks first. Great! Oh. Okay, just regular. Let's see. Yeah, they do have an intro. No, okay. Crap. Okay. What, cat? What's going on? You alright? Yeah. Let's see. Nothing I really have is going to be that effective, but Sylveon at least has quick attack. Meow. 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 Roman, drinking on a Tuesday? My. How are you doing, cat? What's the matter? How you doing? Hmm? Oh, yeah. Tell me, why were you even seeking us out? What set you on this path? I wanted to help the Pokémans. Goodness, how selfless of you, to go so far out of your way for the sake of another. Not all of us have the kind of luxury of offering such unthinking kindness to strangers. Oh, Roman, that's not good. I mean, technically, out of all of the organs in the body, the liver is one of the ones that can recover the easiest, so as long as you don't push it too far, should probably be okay, but, you know. For some, I've got another score to settle with the Galaxy team, which now includes you. Ah, so a crow. Yeah, pretty much. Remember what those ancient verses tell us. Why is it in days of spring, beneath the soft caress of the sun, the blossoms tremble and fall, spirits lashed by uncertainty? Your days are also numbered, Galaxy Fool. Lots of practice? Yeah, being crow is dangerous. Being a crow is dangerous. All those windows become a problem, and you end up flying into too many of them. Riding a deer across a thin bridge is a pain. Daisy's just been lurking, probably playing Minecraft in the background. All of the resource points when you were creating your character, Roman, went straight to the liver. Ah, drawing. Nice. She lived her prime years in Hisui region, trusting the guidance of Almighty Sinnoh. I don't think that she hates the Diamond Clan or Galaxy Team. Rather, I think she simply just loves the Pearl Clan very, very much. Anyways, I hope you're able to calm Ursaluna's frenzy. I think you're supposed to give maybe slightly more than daily breaks, but the crow didn't focus on controlling his semblance. Instead, used that time to enhance defensive aura techniques, offensive aura techniques. Yeah, I agree, because sort of the lack of belief of passive semblances. Yeah, passive semblances, they seem a little lackluster, I guess, because well, they're just always active. Well, how does someone unlock a semblance? Is it just always awakened from, birth, or is it yeah, strange is probably the right word. Yeah, Crow just couldn't control it when he awoke his semblance. He thought he was just cursed and just didn't bother to control it, because Crow's semblance was the first passive semblance that we saw in the series, quote unquote. And then Ironwood's semblance of metal was the second one. And well, a lot of people didn't like Ironwood semblance being metal. But it's just, how do you awaken that semblance? Would it be through the same type of instances as other people, and then it's just constantly available? And then there's always the thought of aura consumption. If Ironwood's semblance is supposed to be a passive one as well. It was mentioned in an interview by Miles Luna. How would they react if they met Ember? Well, Sarah would be in love with the Fire Cat. Zelina... Honestly, all of them would probably like cats. Maybe not Piers. Maybe the cat just wouldn't like Piers. Yeah, I think that probably fits. Let me read what it says. All lives touch other lives to create something new and alive. I suppose it means people helping each other, like how you helped me retrieve the fragment. First time I've truly understood what it means. Like the idea of them? Yeah, I'm glad that they're rare. Like, in practice, like in theory, I guess they're good, but in practice, not so much, because if a semblance is always active, that means, because semblances by definition consume aura, that their semblance is always consuming aura. So it has to consume a small enough amount of aura that their natural regeneration is always overtaking that, so that they're always recovering aura. But that would also mean, just because of the nature of their semblance, anyone with a passive semblance would have a slower net aura recovery than someone with an active semblance. Their semblance may not use up aura as fast, but they would recover much, much slower. Yeah, their natural aura recovery rate might be higher, might not be, though, and that could lead to an interesting story with an OC, for example. But I don't know, just because every human is different with the amount of aura that they would have, the amount of aura recovery that they could train to get, like what their different limits would be. They decided to make Hazel's passive. It could explain that anyone with a passive semblance also enhanced aura regen. I think Hazel's could be passive, but the reason why Hazel has such amazing aura regeneration is simply because he's put his aura through hell. His aura is constantly needing to regenerate his own body because he's constantly stabbing himself with dust, and dust, you know, destroys people's bodies when ingested. So Hazel's just put his body through like strenuous torture in every fight he's ever been in his life once he started injecting dust into himself, and that's why his aura regen is through the roof. He's made himself a monster just pretty much by brute force. Oh yeah, not just his aura either. The man's a walking brick shithouse. So like, he's fighting style is one of my favorites. Yeah, it's a really interesting fighting style, though. I wish we saw it take a bit more of a toll on his body rather than just the pain involved with dust. Like, there should be some other physical limitations with it. I know we saw more in Volume 8 when he had his final fight, but he was also injecting himself with like 5 different types of dust. You'd think when he injected himself with 2 different types of dust, when, you know, he got infuriated that Ozpin was right there in front of him, that he would have pushed himself further than he normally does and did some more damage. Yeah, he's like, what's Hazel, like 8 foot tall? True. But I think also by injecting dust into himself, Hazel inherently is not focusing a lot of his energy and a lot of his training on, 7'11", so pretty much 8 feet, yeah. Hazel focused a lot of his training when it came to aura instead of having it be on his aura cloak, for example. He doesn't need it. He doesn't use it. Because by stabbing dust into himself, obviously his aura cloak isn't up. He's injecting the dust directly into his body, and whenever he's blocking attacks, he's just... That's another thing as well that I really don't necessarily like about Volume 5. The fight at Haven Academy, the fact that Hazel just blocked Crow's blade with his bare arm and didn't have a single scratch. We didn't see his aura flicker or anything. It's supposed to be an attack coming from Crow Bronwyn. It should have done something. It could still have done something and not... Really? You're that far away? And not have taken anything away from how strong and terrifying Hazel is. I really think they should have done that fight a little bit differently, but oh well. Whoa. Stop it, Carnivine. What are you doing? Let's see, where are we gonna go now? Yeah, back then, like, they really didn't animate aura breaks and aura flickers all that well. I mean, to be fair, a simple aura flicker was only ever shown when a person's aura was broken, which is what happened with Crow and Tyrion, for example. Or Mercury at the end of his fight with Yang. Like, they only showed us, like, strict aura breaks when it mattered for the plot, but taking a heavy hit didn't show us an aura flicker. That's something I wish they did more. Tyrion had Crow get his sword back just because Crow is so good of a fighter. So Hazel just ignoring him basically is... Yeah, exactly. Like... Crow is meant to be on par with all of these people. He's meant to be like a legendary huntsman, someone that Ozpin can trust to go out solo investigating Salem. The dude's supposed to be really strong, and he is really strong. We've seen that That first fight that he had with Winter Schnee, for example, he was a monster. And then Hazel just kind of treats his sword like a toothpick. Nah. No, too far. Too shallow. Got him. In theory, like, based on that, I can understand how you'd come to that conclusion, but Hazel, I think, was too hyped up because of that. He isn't some insane... I mean, he is insane, don't get me wrong. He's, as I said, a brick shithouse of a man. But Weiss was also able to... Like, Nora was able to knock him and send him flying, and then Weiss was able to pierce his gut with her Queen Lancer. Like, he can take damage. But Weiss's Queen Lancer was able to pierce Hazel, but Crow's blade, close combat, wasn't? I don't know. Who, Hazel? Hazel's supposed to be a world-famous huntsman as well? The thing is, Jean wasn't actually boosting Weiss at that time when she had the Queen Lancer. He was using his semblance, as he first unlocked it, to help Weiss's aura recover, but I don't think he was actively boosting Weiss at that moment. Because up until even the end of Volume 8... Oh yeah, Crow is absolutely a world-famous legendary huntsman. Yeah. I don't think quite on the scale of Maria Calavera, the Grim Reaper, simply because I think Crow was kind of still alive at the time, and to get that status of where tales are told about your heroics, you kind of need to not be alive anymore, or thought to be dead, hence why Maria had all those stories about her. Focuses aura and his arm to help block the blade. But if he was good at aura focus, I don't know if that necessarily would make sense with the way that he fights and the way that his... Because Hazel is an expert at utilizing dust within his own body. And good at using his semblance to allow his aura to go longer, so he can go longer with pain nullification. If he's an expert at aura focusing as well, I don't know if that really fits, because that kind of gives him a little bit too much at times. Absolutely. That fight between Maria Calavera and Neapolitan in Volume 8 was fantastic. She just completely bodied the acrobatics of Neo, and it was great to see. As much as I love Neo, I'm glad that someone knocked her down a peg a little bit. You know, I want to go around and catch more Pokemon. That's why I'm just running around in circles. But I don't know what to catch. Okay, come on. Come on. There you are. Spicy grandma. It was so short, just like that. Neo only ended up winning in that skirmish just because Maria got distracted. If Maria didn't, and it was just a straight up fight between Maria and Neo, Maria had that hands down. And actually, Neo ended up getting blasted by Penny, so technically, like, she didn't, quote unquote, win either. Oh, that's a level 28, huh? Yeah, I wish we saw more people recognize Crow as well, because he's supposed to be someone famous. Like, we saw how Neo recognized Raven Bronwyn. We saw how Mercury recognized Crow immediately when he saw Crow fighting against Winter. Cinder and Emerald both knew who he was. But he's someone that's on Salem's radar, so of course they'd have intel on Crow, know what he looked like, know who to watch out for, but I don't know. It'd be nice to see more people recognize him, yeah. Cool. Wasn't just short, I mean, there's a brief Mech Maria versus Neo ship. Yeah, that's true. Got any favorite OC semblances that aren't your own? Unique ones, interesting ones, normal, less powerful ones. Well, I did the OC contest a while ago, and there were a lot of really good ones in there. It's difficult to just pick a favorite one, but I really did like the designs of the semblances where they had tattoos. Like, instead of a semblance that just creates an aura construct, they would instead bring their tattoos to life almost through the user's aura. That was a really creative semblance idea that I thought. Also, one semblance that I've always loved is shadow manipulation. By being able to put aura into your own shadow or the shadow of other things and create a physical, essentially, construct out of the shadow is really interesting as well. I really like those semblances. Crow is a legendary name, but elusive with people hearing about him and not seeing him often. Yeah, and also hearing stories about, there's always some dude who's just drunk at the tavern over there saying that he's this legendary huntsman, but, obviously it can't be him because the dude's a schmuck. He's just passed out on the bar over there, hitting on all the barmaids, No legendary huntsman would ever act like him. So I'm pretty sure that although people might actually know Crow's face, they just don't believe it's actually him. Go, flashlight. Just we'd like to see, back when he was shadowing Ranger, if someone bought him a drink at a bar, would be cool. Yeah. All we saw was really the Higambana waitress that, gave him a double on the house because she had the hots for him, but Go Gadget Spotlight. Let's see here. Alright. Where else do we have yet to go? Really? We haven't gone at all over here yet. Alright. Cool. Let's go that way then. Do get a bit confusing, interesting. How do they work at nighttime? Yeah, you'd need at least some source of light to make it work, which having a semblance that has situational limitations on it isn't a bad way to do things either. Oh, right. Sylveon, go. Cat, why? Yes, very meow. Very much meow. Ooh. Great, angry snack boy. Yeah, you stay mad. I don't have many Pokeballs, do I? Look at him, he's sleeping. Boop. Nope, okay. Alright, well. I don't have enough Pokeballs. I actually need to go back to get more. Great. Let's see the Pokemon. Let's see. Hex, Venoshock, Poison Gas. Sure. I'll take the Haunter. I'd like to do some shopping. Sure. 50 Pokeballs. Let's go with that. Bright Orb, no shadows? You sure it wouldn't cast any shadows, Roman? Because remember your character semblance. Are you having it that it casts absolutely no shadows? Because the orb still is a source of light that would be on the opposite side of other objects. Yeah, I could get a Gengar, but I need a link cable in these games, which is like 1,000... What are the points called again? MP. I need either 1,000 MP. It might be 2,000 or more, actually. Or I need to find a link cable in a space-time distortion. So in a matter of time, I could get a Gengar. But I can't immediately, unfortunately. I'm just going the same way. Let's see. Need some Sky Tumblestones, though. No space in the satchel. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna go there. And we haven't gotten to the point in the progression where we can actually unlock... Oh, no. Did I at least pick up the... Okay, I did pick up the Sky Tumblestones. Okay. 100%ed it? Like, what would you count as 100%? Like, fully complete the Pokedex? Get the Pokedex up to level 10 for each entry? Because I've gotten the Pokedex up to level 10 for each entry. I've caught every Pokemon. Oh, yeah. I have the full Pokedex and nearly... Well, actually... I can just show you. Because I have the entire Pokedex full, and I have a living dex, actually. And I almost have a living alpha dex. But... Oh my gosh, I can collect platinum points. I have no idea what those are. But yeah, I don't have a living shiny dex or anything like that. And I do not have everything like 100%ed. But like every Pokemon's level 10. And a number of them are completed. And I've been working on, getting them shiny whenever I can. But yeah, I've caught every single Pokemon, gotten to 10 stars. Just have not done every single research task possible. Because, like, here's the full living dex right here. All of the Pokemon in the game. Yeah, finished the dex in like 6 days. I did the exact same thing. 5 days in, I was already like fighting Arceus, which is a really good fight, by the way. But then here is all of the boxes of alphas. Like, these ones are all the alphas I have. I just haven't done enough massive mass outbreaks to get all of the alphas of the starters. I'm missing, of course, Alpha Cherim and Cherubi, because those are torture to hunt. I'll have all of those. And then Alpha Porygon and Porygon Z, because distortions. Magnemite and Magneton, because distortions again. I did catch an Alpha Magnezone, though. That was fun. And then, of course, more distortions with Jetonian. I think that's how I'm supposed to say it. Jetonian Sneasel. That would evolve into the Alpha Weavile, but, don't have Alpha Weavile. As well as, of course, the fossil Pokemon, because, yeah. And then the only other two alphas I'm missing, I guess, are the Bergmite and the Riolu. Still need those in alpha versions as well. But other than that, yeah. Yeah, Jetonian. Okay. Yes. The Rotom forms, since they didn't fit in the Pokedex here, I have just a Rotom there for the marker, but then here I have all of the Rotoms in alpha and all of the Rotoms in regular. And then just extra Manaphy's. Yep. Every unknown letter, along with Shaman and Darkrai. Do not have that many alphas of the unknowns yet, though. Working on it. Working on it. And then these are just other mons that I use for my playthrough. And then we get to the shinies. Because there's this box of shinies. Oh yeah, Fion's. Right. Manaphy's. This one. This one's the Manaphy. And then the Fion is just the one right next to it. But back to the shinies. There's tire box here. One shiny Rotom, shiny Eevee. It's a lot of duplicates because, of course, I have so many of Paris. Because why wouldn't I? And then there's this box of shinies. Shiny Vulpix, absolutely. Shiny Umbreon. Gyarados, Voltorb, Snorunt, Duskull. And then another box of shinies. Munchlax, that was a fun one to get. Along with Lilligant. And then this last box of shinies. Alright, night shift. Take care, sleep well. So yeah, I've got just a couple. Just a few shinies. 3 full boxes, almost a fourth. Yeah. Yeah. Empoleon shiny, Piplup shiny, Dartrix shiny, Grotle, Sylveon. I have like 3 Clefas. And like this is all in the order in which I caught them too. So yeah, there's quite a few of them. Big pink boy. Yeah. Lickitung, Magikarp, Starly. Favorite shiny? Yes. Same as my favorite Pokemon. Love this shiny so much. There we go. Ninetales. Just such a good shiny. Oh my god. The blue tips at the tails, the like silver white fur. It's just so nice. Plus, Ninetales is just my favorite Pokemon in general. It's such a nice looking Pokemon. Oh my god. And like shiny Vulpix is just fantastic too. The whole line is just great shiny. Now if only I could get them in alpha shiny. I know there's a naturally spawning alpha Ninetales, and I've wanted to get it shiny for a long time, but just haven't so far. There's also shiny Gardevoir, which is a really nice shiny as well. The blue and the red contrast each other so nicely. The Alolan's shinies over the Cantonians. The Alolan's shinies over the Cantonians. The Alolan's shinies. I can't. I do think I prefer the Alolan. For Vulpix and Ninetales. Okay. No, I prefer Cantonian. Because the Alolan shinies, unfortunately, for Alolan, Vulpix, and Ninetales, they really don't have that much of a change for in color scheme. It's one of those unfortunate shinies that really just don't change that much, which sucks. But what can you do? Oh yeah, shiny Overquill. Shiny Alpha Toxicroak. And where's the other shiny Alpha that I have? The shiny Alpha Drapion. A purple-ish color. Okay. Because I only really know what their shinies look like from the trading card game. From their shinies were in Hidden Fates, so I have both of those cards, and they really just don't look that much different than what the regular versions were like. So, but yeah, that's the Pokedex that I have there. And I was just working on going through massive mass outbreaks here, but wanted to do a separate playthrough to get a file that doesn't go into the massive mass outbreak quest, because I liked the regular mass outbreaks before the massive mass outbreaks were implemented, and I also want to see if the same reset method works for the mass outbreaks if you just don't initiate the massive mass outbreak quest. I have a feeling it doesn't due to the update, but we'll see. Because I liked being able to shiny hunt by doing a single outbreak and then just going around the map and finding random shinies, rather than just going to a massive mass outbreak, seeing what Pokemon might be there, and then either just sitting at that one outbreak and trying to reset it for its second phase, and I don't know. I just liked it better. That would be nice. I had kind of hoped that they would let us toggle them or do something with it, given that that update came out like months ago already. Because the massive mass outbreaks came out like a month after the game released, didn't it? It was very close to it. I'm pretty sure it was about a month afterwards, and they didn't release any more updates after that. So I'd love to see this game get another update, but I have no idea if that'll happen or not. It'd be nice to see, though. I wonder what they would add in for an update, if they could give us other locations to go to. Oh, wow. Aim is really off. But, no. I did not get affiliate. I shouldn't have gotten affiliate already. Because I need to stream for 7 different days, and I've only streamed for a couple so far. Once people are able to subscribe to my channel, that would be once I've gotten affiliate. Actually, no, it's not just 2, Daisy. In about 12 minutes, it will be 5. Because I figured out after Saturday's stream that I can game the system. If I'm streaming long enough where the day rolls over, then that counts as 2 days. And since I did a test stream like 2 weeks ago, that was already 1. So Saturday is 2 and 3. Today will be 3 and 4. And then this coming Saturday should be 6 and 7, which should mean that I should get affiliate 1 week from today. Hopefully. Yeah, it was October 13th. Were you the random person who jumped into stream there as well? Because it was just like, it was a 25-minute stream that it was me and Velvet just testing it out. Also, hi Temmie, thank you for the follow. Oh, was there a notification then? But yeah, saw how to game the system on Twitch to get affiliate quicker. And because of that, hopefully that'll mean that I can actually get emote slots sooner, which would be nice. Though I need the money to commission the emotes, which will still take a little time. How goes, Temmie? How's your night been so far? Oh, it said that I was last live. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's sad that Onyx's shiny is green and not crystal. Yeah, I'm still hoping that eventually they will release an actual crystal. I mean, I guess technically in Generation 9, now that you can terrestrialize Pokemon and turn them into crystal variations of themselves, we can finally get a crystal Onyx, assuming, of course, Onyx is in Scarlet and Violet, which I don't think we have confirmed yet. But we'll have to see. Onyx, you want a berry? Go get the berry. Snake want a berry? You can have the berry. Okay. I'll see you in a bit, then. Onyx, you eat berries very weird. Alright, night, Daisy. We'll do our best, but no promises. Skuntank. Look, a berry. Oh no. He's angry. Let's see. Where am I? Oh. Why are you so... Here, take them off. Oh! That's a level 36 Skuntank. Okay, I did not realize that. Okay, nice skunk. You just stay over there. Time to release the chaos. I mean, we could, but if we go too hard on it, then Twitch may get angry. Oh, wow, we're all the way back here, huh? Okay, well. Ow. Okay. I think that is where I'm going to need to go eventually. Let's see. I just realized we can go get a Ralts and start working on getting a Gardevoir if we just go this way. Oh, it's been a long time since I played this game. Well, not that long, but still, remembering where everything is somewhat troubling at times. Maybe that's just because I'm getting old and my memory's fading, but, you know, one or the other. Oh, that's just a cricket thought. Let's see. Hydration is important. That is for sure. And that also reminds me I need to as well. Right, Cap? It's alright, it's late at night. Typing is not essential late at night. Well, for most things at least. Why not both? Just go after the berry, Rhyhorn. Why must you be difficult? Look, a berry. Go get it. Yeah, isn't that a good berry? Yeah, stay distracted. Now get in the ball. You as well. And... oh, whoops. I forgot, this little piece of grass can hide me. This little tuft of grass is enough to hide, apparently. Pokemon sense of awareness is just, I'm sure if you were willing enough to get up and move, there would be water at least somewhere nearby, Roman. Gonna give my OC a cat in his backstory. Just for Grim food? No! Oh no. Backstories for OCs and Remnant always seem to be of the, I was gonna say the catastrophic variety, which I guess is fitting if there's a cat in the backstory, but, always seem to be of the traumatic variety. I mean, it made an OC watch parents become Grim food, but yeah. Yes, but I'm comfy and it's already here. I guess, but you know, for hydration, alcohol isn't really the best. Really, I just turned the camera towards the cat and he runs away. I guess he's just camera shy. Her name is Paintbrush and she has a camouflage semblance. Nice. Ow. That's dangerous. Okay. Calico, whose coat perpetually changes. Interesting. Is it a cat faunus? Or is the actual cat have a semblance? I'm curious. Cat animal. We don't know if animals can actually have semblances, though, is the thing. I'd assume they could. Well, actually, probably not, because they wouldn't have the knowledge to... We know they have aura, but we don't know if they can actually awaken a semblance, because every living being has a soul. Every living being has aura, except, of course, the Grimm. But a semblance is the extension of the aura, the extension of the soul. We don't know if animals are capable of that or if that's something only available to humans and faunus. Because I don't know. It might come with a certain level of sentience for the animal, depending on, or for the being to be able to awaken a semblance. Like, it needs to have self-awareness or something like that. I don't know. Because introducing the ability of, or the prospect of animals awakening semblances might just be a little bit too confusing for Ruby. No, honestly, if an animal could, it would be Zwei. Zwei, absolutely. And it might also be the case that having access to aura gives you sentience? I don't... Maybe? To be fair, we haven't really seen enough animals in Ruby to base that off of. We really only have Zwei as the baseline. Because we've seen, what, a deer as well in Salem's backstory, but that was thousands of years ago. And we've seen a penguin in Atlas. I think that's the extent of the wildlife we've seen outside of Grimm. So... But Penny was created from a human's aura. So, I don't know if that would technically count. My brother made an OC that is a lizard like Ilya, so he can be invisible like her, and has a semblance that lowers his body temp so he can be visible to the IR spectrum. Interesting. So, like, Ilya's semblance, or Ilya's inherent faunus trait isn't like invisibility, though. It's just camouflage. But still. But what is sentience truly? Well, self-awareness. So we don't know what Zwei thinks of himself when he looks in the mirror. We don't know if he sees, like, the rest of his family as just other doggos. We don't know if he sees Ruby and just sees another doggo, which honestly might be the case, since in Ruby's initial design, I think she was potentially intended to be a wolf faunus, so, you know, that might actually be some lore there. But, that's true. In the books, we do have crab, and we've seen birds and swordfish. Yeah. But we just haven't seen that many animals, like... And if we're going to use, like, the regular wildlife, like the crabs, for example, I don't think they were sentient, like, really at all in the books. So, I don't know if we could really say that animals would be sentient or have the knowledge or capability to awaken a semblance. For an alternate universe storyline, of course, like, absolutely go for it. I'd be curious to see where that path would take you. But for saying that it'd be canon, we just don't have enough to base that on right now. It might be canon, but we just don't know. Zwei can only spin and dash with extra steps when he has a huntsman's blow behind him. Like, Oobleck, like, used Zwei as essentially a baseball and swatted him to go flying. Granted, Zwei can use his aura to strengthen himself enough to blast through an Atlesian paladin, so that's definitely the case there. Of detail that the cat has a semblance just helps hide sleep in plain sight. I don't know if semblances can be used while sleeping. I know technically Xion does in Ice Queendom, but I really don't think semblances can or should be used while sleeping, except maybe the passive ones. But because they would take absolutely minimal aura, I guess if sleepwalking maybe, but just generic sleeping, I don't think it'd make much sense for semblances to be active at that point, or to be able to be activated, unless it's like night terrors or something. Yeah, extra steps. Okay, Sudowoodo finally stayed in the ball. 100% think Ruby and Yang gave Zwei aura shots. Put dust in his kibble. Like, the thing is, Zwei, it absolutely makes sense that he is somewhat skilled in aura because he was raised by a huntsman family. Both of his parents, all the way along, Summer, Tai, were training their children in aura and semblance and combat. Zwei was just there for it all, and you know how, I guess, dogs can imitate in a certain way? And honestly, it might have been a similar situation to how Pyrrha awakened Jean's aura. Maybe Tai was just like, one day, hey, you know what? Let's try something. Zwei, come here for a moment. And he was patting him on the head, just pulsed his aura into him, and Zwei now has his aura awakened. Does it help if the mom is a retired huntress? Like, I mean, we just don't know, because there'd be no real way to help an animal awaken their semblance that we know of, at least. So I just... Oh, that's a Thunderstone. I just don't know if that would if it would fit, if it would work. Let's see. Not knowing is the best part of OC stuff. I get to fill in some gaps. Yeah, exactly. It is really fun to fill in gaps for OCs, discover new things as you're writing the character's story, and going from there, essentially. Because there's going to be a lot in terms of a character's story that you just may not know from the get-go. But when it comes to things like lore and... Oh, I can't get across the river here, can I? I don't need to. I shouldn't need to. Oh, it's up this cliff. I can't get up the cliff. Okay, there we go. Space-time distortion. Yeah, I mean, if we can get the link cable, then absolutely. Ghastly, calm down. Don't... Oh, you dick. You're level 20. Just calm down. Assuming semblance is an application of aura and all life has aura, it's not exactly breaking rules No, but there has to be some conditions to awakening the semblance. So it's not exactly breaking the rules, but it's stretching what we know about canon, about what we've seen. And when you're stretching things like that, I wouldn't feel comfortable calling that canon. But again, I'm no authority on things. Absolutely do whatever you feel is best for your own story that you are trying to tell. I don't want to limit people in that. I'm just saying what I feel most comfortable with. Like she touched parent, then both her and parent teleport, then runs away. Backstory in a nutshell. Yeah, honestly, we can't say either way. There's no confirming either way. It's just, if I had to pick one way or the other for purposes of a story, I would pick the more conservative route and say that I couldn't, or that it couldn't happen. But we'll see what happens later on. Yeah, it's an extension of Aura, but it's just like there's still a lot that we really just don't know that much about when it comes to semblance and Aura and things like that. But yeah, in terms of an animal awakening a semblance, there's no precedent for it in the series. It would have to be like very special circumstances. It would have to be an animal that is in close contact with a huntsman or huntress, similar to Zwei, but Zwei and Shopkeep are like the gods reincarnate. Are you kidding me? One of them is enough to take out Salem. Two is enough to play ping pong with her head on a table. Like, nah. That's too powerful of a combination there. I still like the theory that the Shopkeep is literally the god of light just watching over humanity. But we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Cat, yes. Jump up. Say hi to the people. No? Okay, he's going to leave again. What would Shopkeep's weapon would be the noodles that he serves. He's just whipping those around like no tomorrow. If he wants to switch things up, maybe he'll get a fish and slap Salem across the face with it. You know, like that bowl of fish that he served Blake that one time. Oh, I have no space in the satchel. Great. Forgot. I don't have... Ugh. This sucks. Everything is horrible. Why? Do I need this? Do I really need gravel? You know what? I'll use it. Actually, I'll use it on Sylveon. Why not? Oh. Speed. May as well use those. Need that. Discard that. Crap. Midnight time. Yeah, it is midnight. Meaning that I'll probably stop streaming in like 20 minutes or so. Simply because I do have to work tomorrow. Luxio. Nope. Don't need you. Ugh. I'll take the iron. Yes, hi, cat. Kind of in the middle of a distortion right now. These things are dangerous. Yes, hi. What are you? Oh, Eevees, huh? Ow. Like, let me pick up the angry Eevees. Oh, Porygon, huh? Is there... Oh, right, the scale with level 2. Okay, cool. Bite shouldn't kill. Nope. Cool. And let's see if we can catch the Porygon. Yeah, Eevee, Angie. Yeah. Very angry cats, huh, buddy? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Let's see. Can we catch the Porygon? How are Kami and Carmen and Glinda's? They were similar, but because you can have semblances that have similar effects but were different. Carmen's was much weaker than Glinda's. She could lift pretty much small things, but if she tried lifting anything larger than, like, probably her weapons, because in the books, when her weapon, one of her sais, which are just like little metal weapons that are about like yay big or so, when she tried lifting, when it was turned into gold, she just dropped it and left it. So I think the gold was too heavy for her to lift, which is kind of surprising, but yeah, Carmen's was much weaker, actually. Because Carmen, when Bertilac, her partner's semblance, turned a whole bunch of sand into glass and was going to fall on them, Carmen tried to lift it with her semblance and couldn't. So a massive piece of glass, or a substantial sized piece of glass, she wasn't able to lift with her semblance. Meanwhile, we've seen Glinda pretty much reconstruct entire city blocks with her semblance. So there was a fair difference in scale there. Yeah, atomic transmutation. Like, that is one big criticism I do have of Before the Dawn, is Rumpel's semblance. The fact that it permanently changes things into gold. If it was temporary, it'd be absolutely fine. Or if she has magic, just retcon that, give her a small little bit of magic, because she's the right hand to one of the headmasters of the academies. It would fit perfectly. But the fact that, as of right now, it's written as a natural semblance that can permanently change the atomic structure of anything she wants, that is just so broken. That opens up way too many doors for potential semblances that can just... Oh. I mean, when it comes to Raven's semblance with the portals that she can create, that I understand. Because when it comes to semblances and the distances that they can travel, it's often, like for Ren's semblance, for example, the distance in which he can mask something as far away from himself is as far as he can project his aura outwards. And for him to project his aura a far distance, it takes a lot of effort and a lot more aura. That's why he needs Jean to boost his aura to cover something like an entire train. Raven, the way that she's able to cover such long distances is because she marks individuals with her aura and can transport to them. It's not that her aura can extend that far, if that makes sense. That's why her semblance, Kindred Link, it links herself to specific people. So there is a reasoning for it, at least, but it's maybe not as satisfactory as people would like it to be. But it's definitely not on the scale of turning things permanently into another element and restructuring the atomic structure of things. Like, woof. Did the Lopunny? Yeah, the Lopunny got on this battle. Oh no. Makes it seem to last forever, or at least 10 plus years. Yeah. However, I also think that Raven uses her semblance to go visit her father, her brother, and her daughter, and her ex-husband more often than she lets on. You know what? Actually, I'm not gonna do that. Well, what if Rumpel's semblance is a cover story, since the books were written in the perspective of... It could be, and that would make sense. That's what I'm hoping it is, honestly, that she does have a little bit of magic, and that's just how Team Sun perceives it. But we'll have to wait and see until we actually get to Vacuo, get more of an expansion on that. Oh no. That's an angry Snorlax. So, we just have to wait and see, pretty much. But if Rumpel's semblance is canon as it is, that does just open up a few problems. What else can I drop? Sure. I'll just use the 2 revives. Why not? Yeah, there's something else going on with Marcus Black's semblance. Having a bond as a drawback doesn't exactly excuse instantaneous cross-planetary travel for the power level of something like semblance. It doesn't, but potentially, like, we know for a fact Raven was given a little bit of magic by Ozpin. Perhaps it took on a different form within her and that helped boost her semblance. We don't exactly know. But with Raven's limitations, she can only do that for a few specific people that she has a personal connection to. So that's how they're trying to limit it. I know it doesn't really fit within the confines of Aura, but still. Marcus Black's semblance, however, that one, there's something else with that. Mercury doesn't have his semblance permanently stolen, and if you... He killed his father. If his father could steal his semblance, you'd think killing him would be able to give him his semblance back. Mercury's gonna awaken his semblance at some point. I feel like maybe it was memory-altering No, memory-altering semblance has already been done in the Before the Dawn books. There's something else going on there that Marcus did to Mercury. Probably from just emotional and physical trauma that Mercury has suffered because of Marcus Black's quote-unquote training that has just left Mercury scarred and unable to awaken his semblance until he comes to some emotional awakening, I guess. Probably through, Oh, it disappeared. Moved over here. Oh, God. Fiona's Pocket Dimensions. Yeah, that one's an interesting semblance in and of itself, too, where she can store things in her aura with seemingly no limitations. An entire military-grade vehicle and all of its contents? Sure, why not? And she can walk around like nothing. You know, it does seem like a little bit much, but what can... I don't know. There are things that seem a little bit broken for what a semblance can do. Other things for... Yeah, we likely never will, for sure. It's just something that we're going to have to accept as it is. Obviously, there would be limitations to the amount of things that she can take in. Maybe there's a time limit, how long she can store something in her aura, depending on its size. We do know that she just carries a map around with her, like, in her aura when she was organizing where to get the civilians to go during Volume 8, so I don't know. Yeah, sticky hands from Before the Dawn. We also have the one that turns his aura into a smelly gas. Can use it as a smoke screen and things of that nature. So there's a lot of little yeah, farting the semblance essentially. Is there anywhere else to... Oh, okay. Well... I don't need to know the specifics of how it works. Also, personally, Headcanon that the Happy Huntress's actual personal reference minus Robin are in Fiona's semblance. Yeah, that'd be nice. I wish that we did get to see them have their own personal unique weapons rather than, just Fiona, Joanna, and May all using the same kind of generic looking weapon. But maybe that's something we'll see in Vacua. I just wish that, the Happy Huntresses did more during the actual fight at the finale of Volume 8. The fact that it was only Team Ruby fighting Cinder in that void is a little hard to believe, considering there would be any Huntresses or Huntsmen that were in Mantle, plus any other military soldiers that might have been able to escape through portals, because we know that portals were created in Atlas, and I'm sure there were a few soldiers who were like, yeah, okay, Atlas is going down. We're going to go take this portal and get the heck out of there. So that their original weapons broke. It could be. Like, we don't know exactly if they all graduated the academy together, if they were a team while they were at the academy, or which would make sense given how close they are as teammates right now, but I don't think we have it confirmed, which is a little bit strange. And I don't know. There's just more that we could know about the Happy Huntress. There's more that we can know about a lot of characters, really, but with their weapons all being generic and the same, it is a little bit weird. Oh, we unlocked the unknowns. Cool. Yeah, Neon would suck in the desert. Her rollerblades would not be doing much rolling. How to think of it, Vola did mention that there were carvings that resembling writing on the walls of the Slaysound ruins. Pokemon just saw a species of multiple forms. Oh, very perceptive. Hoverblades. That could be interesting. Though, having Neon skate across the desert is already Octavia Ember's semblance, which is strictly just sand skating. So, I don't know. I guess Neon and Octavia could race across the sand, see who's better at it. That'd be an interesting little tidbit to throw in. Probably just a side story. Again, if Ruby Chibi was brought back, things like that could happen, but we don't have Ruby Chibi, unfortunately. Hopefully it'll come back at some point, though. Do we have a confirmation of what happened to Team Funky? We did not get confirmation, unfortunately. Again, I still need to watch the director's commentary of Volume 8. Maybe there's something said about them there. We do know that they were kind of pushed to the front lines in Atlas, so prospects might be slim for some of the lesser-known members, but, yeah. Yeah, the citizens that fell from the Void are probably going to be deadified. I don't know if there's much hope for them. We did see the hoverboard. Reese Cloris did have the hoverboard, so it's entirely possible. And surprisingly, Reese Cloris wasn't from Atlas. She was from Haven Academy. Mistral's probably on par with Vale with how advanced it would be in technology-wise, so interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely entirely possible. Watch party of the director's cut. Yeah, I'll definitely need to watch it, and if we can arrange something, then maybe we could do the watch party of it, but we'll see. We'll see. It would be amusing, though, to see her walk for once. Yeah, we can imagine how disappointing that would be for Neon. Let's see. Cool. Oh, wow. Completed a lot. Nice. Oh, and that's enough to go up another star rank. Cool. Let's go back to the village. Sounds good, Roman. Could probably get confirmation Yeah, we probably won't get confirmation until volume 10 or 9. Because now that everything is pretty much concentrated in Vacuo, with all of the people that we recognize or were introduced to in Atlas going to Vacuo, with all the people we still need to encounter in Vacuo, because all of the students from every academy now are going to Shade Academy. From Beacon, from Haven, from Atlas Academy, are all just headed to Shade Academy. One of the pitfalls of having such a large cast is that, well, they're going to have to keep up with them all when we get to Vacuo, and I have a feeling we're not going to see a lot of them. Yeah, the Zappy Cats are always good. I think everyone, when Diamond and Pearl first came out, Gen 4, everyone had a Luxray on their team, because it's just such a good electric type. Crafting materials. Oh, good. He does sell Sky Stones. Sky Tumble Stones. Perfect. Excellent. Now that we have Wing Balls, things are going to be a lot simpler. Find it difficult to believe the headmaster of Academy failed to defeat a seer. No clue how he met. Yeah, Leonardo Lionheart. You'd expect all of the members of Ozpin's inner circle to be badass to some degree, but Leonardo was just so disappointing. They could have done so much more with him too, because his weapon and fighting style were so interesting. He was a literal dust mage, combining different dust types together to, you know, do his attacks. It's just disappointing. Also, if you guys didn't know from playing this game, if you look on Kamado's desk, he has a family portrait, and his wife's nowhere to be seen. And we know that he fears Pokemon. Why he left his other region is because his hometown was destroyed. So the going theory is that he lost his wife during that attack as well. Sorry to add that somber note there while having the conversation, but also there's the doors here to go outside on the rooftop if you didn't know about that either. Well, it was old, way past his prime, and the Seer was controlled directly by Salem. That's true. For all we know, the Seer Grim just in general is maybe slightly enhanced with magic, considering it's probably not a naturally occurring Grim. But... Or Kamado married a Pokemon. I guess that's possible, but I only met him after Salem got to him. To be fair... we don't know how he was when Osmond... True. Salem could have just mentally and physically crippled him over the last couple years. Also, look, there's an unknown in the Magikarp's eye. Need to remember where all the different unknowns were. Or where they are. I remember where the 3 are in town, at least. But we'll just have to... I think after tracking those 3 down, I'm probably going to call it a night from streaming, because it's 12:30 already. Ugh. And, yeah. We'll have to see how things... Oh, well. No, I think I will just call it a night, because I'm going to need to be up in the morning. No, it's over. Okay. Well, we'll get to perpetual holographic avatars, nanotechnology, offensive monsters, phantoms for shorts. Yeah. Unknown. Brought to you by an older Spider-Man game. Essentially be what happened to Ironwood, but Ironwood going down an entirely different route. Yeah. I guess Leo, after being confronted by Salem, just didn't go out into combat at all, really, for however many years, and just became incredibly rusty to the point that he just could be overwhelmed by Oscar. Like, I know Oscar was starting to gain Ozpin's old reflexes and the experience of his past lives, but really, he was still a novice, and he was able to overwhelm Leo. I know there was the shock of realizing that, oh, Ozpin had returned and he had come back, but it's still a little bit unbelievable that Leo just lost to Oscar. I don't know. Anywho, I think I am going to call it there for stream, just because I'm going to have to work in the morning, and it's going to be difficult if I have to go into work on like less than it's already going to be less than 7 hours of sleep. So yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Night, everyone. Night in. I'll do my best to have a productive day, but I can't promise anything for sure. Leo seems to be more of a ranged fighter than close combat. That's true. Have a good night, Bloody. Have a good night, Rail. Night, Dark Magic. Thanks, Rail. All right. Bye, everyone.